जमापुर एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ स्ट्रेस, टेंशन, लफड़े, झगड़े सारी वीडियो को जमा करते हैं। तो फुकट शॉट मत लो, सिर्फ देते रहो।
शॉट देते सर पे सीधा जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। क्यों करते ही 5 स्टैक सारी बीड़ी भूल जाते, नुस्ता मचाते भूल जाते, घर के लफड़े जो बता नहीं पाते, खर्चे रोजे बढ़ते जाते, जूते नए लेने हैं पर खुद का कुछ कमा नहीं पाते। मेरे पास सारे खास, मेरे हाथ में नहीं क्लास, है my dreams नहीं ये नींद, बस एक काम का बुखार। तुझे चेंज करना कल तो फिर घिस लाला आज। रो मत बीटी लेते टाइम ही ये जो देगा सब जवाब, मेहनत करते रे मत रुकना नहीं तू करना मत सवाल। फले मीठा पर ये सफर उससे बहुत ही लाजवाब, सारे रास्ते बंद तब कर देगा वो कुछ ना कुछ कमाल। फोकट वास्ते देने वाले लोग तो बहुत ही ये जरूरी, ठोकर खाकर ही तू लेगा सबसे लंबी ये उछाल। बस कर दे लाला झर्रे तेरे बाल, स्ट्रेस को तू भाड़ में डाल, खुश मिल रहा तेरे को खाने को डाल, रख अच्छे विचार, जाना है आखिर में कंधों पे चाल। टेंशन का को ले रहा सीधा भेज जिसको किधर को जमापुर, कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉर्ट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। 8 साल का ग्राइंड तब करा शाइन, ट्रेन के खाए धक्के अबे फ्लाइट एवरी टाइम। टूटा हुआ पीसी पहले लो दे बहुत फ्रेम्स, तभी नहीं गिव अप किया ये पूरा करा मैंने गेम। जितने का था मेरा पीसी अभी उतने का है हेडफोन, नहीं थे नेट के पैसे इंटरनेट पे अब हूँ वेल नोन। घर पे सबको खुशी मिल रहा नहीं चाहिए अननोन है सब, सपने से बड़ा ये सब। गिर गया फिर भी उठ के ट्राई करा बार बार हर बार, रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे लिए तब राम नाम। रास्ते बनते सारे आंखें नमते मेरे, करना बहुत खाली बच्चन फूक दे रहे, सोच से कल के पर आज ही सोते रहे, सुनते कुछ नहीं खाली बनते बहरे। बोलेंगे अब टाइम नहीं है रील स्वाइप करने में बिजी, कल करते यार आज में वाइब नहीं है, मिलेंगे ऐसे सोचिए बोले झूठ कर ले आपसे तू सिर्फ डर अपने बाप से, बाकी दूर कर दिमाग से और करा फ्री टिकट किधर को जमापुर। कराओ टिकट सारी बीटी भेजो जमापुर। कोटी पटेली देना तो भागो यहाँ से दूर, और 10 लेवल पार सीधा सामने से वार सगे ऑफ सारे कार। जमापुर बदले शॉर्ट फुकट चीजों का भी जमापुर। मेरी सोच इन लोगों से पहुंचे ज्यादा दूर, तुझको कल का बहुत पार आज में जी ले तू यार, कर ले यार या तो पार। Good morning everyone, welcome back to another watch party. It is a big game today. EWC की watch party कर रहे हैं हम लोग आज। EWC watch party after for the first time हम लोग EWC देखने वाले आज चैट। We are back from Goa. How you guys doing? Welcome back. आ गए हैं ट्रिप से। कैसा लगा व्लॉग देखा कि नहीं व्लॉग? What's up? Did you guys miss me? Did you guys miss me or ना? Did you guys miss me or ना? आप कौन? अबे साले तिरामिसू सही में इतना बढ़िया था भाई। इट वॉज द बेस्ट तिरामिसू आई हैव ईटन इन दिस एंटायर यूनिवर्सिटी, नॉट इवन कैपिंग वंस। पूरी दुनिया में उतना अच्छा ये नहीं खाया था मैंने। अबे किसका तो आवाज आ रहा है स्ट्रीम का? लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रही कहां पे है EWC की? जी वाले मैच की। ओ मिल गया जी। व्हाट्स दिस? MIBR। बाय द वे चैट, बाय द वे ये मैच पहली मैच होने वाली है अपनी बिना फ्रॉस्ट। EWC के ऑफिशियल चैनल पे हो रही है। यस कैसे हो दोस्तों? Chimay, hello. Thank you so much for the sponsor. Welcome to the Pow Gang. I missed you guys. I missed you guys. Not even capping. I missed you guys. बहुत याद आई आप लोगों की, लेकिन फाइनली हम लोग आ चुके हैं यहाँ पे। And missed all the guys on Khelraay as well. Hello everyone, Khelraay guys. Good morning. everyone on Khelraay. Hello. आपने तो फॉर्म नहीं भरा था ना EWC का. We didn't miss you. Honorable. मैं फर्स्ट क्यों नहीं आ रहा चैट में? चैट करके भी फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है उसके लिए फर्स्ट आने के लिए ना चैट में मेरे को अलग से आपको 1000 रुपए देने पड़ते, तो आप फर्स्ट आते हो. जर्सी क्यों चेंज की? क्योंकि कोट पहना है. अबे कोट उतार दे. जी का मैच है. मैं फर्स्ट क्यों नहीं आ रहा? अब पढ़ लिया. आउटफिट चेंज इतनी जल्दी कैसे? ऐसे ही दोस्तों बहुत मजे किए हम लोग ने, मालूम, बहुत मजे किए, बहुत ज्यादा मजे किए. गाड़ी चलाई इतनी, मां कसम, गाड़ी चलाने में जो मजा आया यार बारिश में. अनरेबल कुछ दिख रहा नहीं था सामने, मालूम, मजाक भी नहीं कर रहा. घंटा रोड ही नहीं दिखता, रोड नहीं दिख रहा था, यड़ भग रही थी. आय हाय हाय, ओए भैया EWC क्या है भैया? ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप. जो जीतता है उसको 50 करोड़ का इनाम मिलता है. पोर्चुगल वर्सेस क्रोएशिया मिस कर दिया भाइयों. यार मैं कल ले रहा हूं, बहुत थक गया था. कल ही हम लोग आए गोवा से, कल दोपहर में लैंड हुए, लेकिन घर पे आते आते ना बहुत लेट हो गया था और फिर बहुत थक गया था. 4:30 को मैच रखा है यार. भाई हाइड्रा भाई को कितना जोर से मारा था स्ट्रीम पे. अगर आप लोगों को नहीं पता, हम लोगों ने एक चैलेंज स्ट्रीम की थी गोवा में, जिसमें फीफा में 1v1 किया और जो जितना गोल मारेगा उसका ओपोनेंट उतना जोर से पट्टे से यहां पे फटके खाएगा. ऐसी हमने एक चैलेंज स्ट्रीम की और उसमें मैंने सबको इतना मारा ना, क्या बताऊं. आई चैट यो, here we go. ओए स्टेज अच्छी है क्या चैट?
Saw a purple hippo up there on the desk. I was like, I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
My wife has not given me a stuffed animal yet.
मेरे को एक चीज बताओ, कल मैंने सुना 8 घंटे की स्ट्रीम चली है इसकी क्लर्च भाई की. तो क्या इसका मतलब 8 घंटे तक ये क्या गेम्स डिले होते गए 50 साल तक है? भाई बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. अब अमेरिका के साथ जी को देखना था फाइट करते हुए. या ब्रो, इट्स एस्पास वर्सेस पटमैन उड़ो उसी.
You're going to be pretty pumped up.
बहुत ज्यादा टेक पॉज हो रहा था, टेक इश्यू हो रहे थे.
On the other side of things, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from MIBR. Who is my in-game leader and who is my duelist to watch that could go for that pop-off moment on camera?
Burna is going to be your in-game leader. Absolutely insane in the server, by the way. Just get ready to
Matches
watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually have two. You have Zekin and Ospas that are highly considered two of the best.
ओए कैसा लगा व्लॉग? How was the vlog chatter? चैट मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, आज देखते हैं ये मैच के बाद शायद हम लोग गेमिंग करें या लेट्स सी इफ वी वॉच द G2 वर्सेस नोंगशिम गेम. लेट अस सी. नथिंग इज रिटन, नथिंग इज एक्चुअल. बिना कपड़ों के बैठोगे तो जीत जाएगी जी. वाह वाह. ओए मेरे को कोई ये बताओ, क्या उसे कहते हैं, कोई मुझे फॉर्मेट बताओ.
Best of 3 this time around here at EWC 2026 and the first ban is in.
2 गेम्स हारे तो घर पे है क्या?
Getting rid of Sunset Fracture is out. So we are going to see some new maps today, starting with Lotus here for Global Esports.
Okay.
So, sorry, looks like we're going to see Lotus picked by MIBR.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes a lot of sense. I mean, for MIBR, they've had so much success. They actually had a 100% win rate. Granted, it was
G ने heaven pick किया है
on this in the past month or 2 months.
2 गेम हारी तो घर पे. Okay.
Played in those qualifiers. They've also played recently
triple
in
sentinel
the
gameplay award.
They won it 13-7, which if
yeah,
you know
I
anything
missed
about
this.
America's crew has been the team to beat on Lotus. They've always had really good protocols. So for MIBR to kind of win that game, I think it makes sense to let that through, especially seeing how for GE they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time, though, if you go back and look at GE's history on Lotus, 3 different games, 3 losses, 3 different comps. They always change comp. They even played a really crazy triple senti comp, I think, inspired by XLG up against Paper Rex. That didn't really go well for them over in the Ho Chi Minh finals. So I think it's going to be hard for MIBR to have a really picky one against GE, and that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these.
Finally, not triple senti.
Seem like they're kind of considering their options here, but a deadlock does seem like a bit of a
Mazino Harbor खेल रहा है Lotus पे.
Last time. At least Verno's locked in the deadlock. Over on the side of GE, though, they go a lot of different directions in terms of their comps. This time, they're going to lead into something a little bit more standard looking with the double pullers. I'm confused because we do have the graphic around a certain way, and I do think that the comp on the right looks more like something that GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor, though, and I do know that some of the, Latin American players and teams do love the Harbor.
Yeah, you have been accurate with your questioning in the past. You might be onto something. Athena, do you agree with this take, or can MIBR roll with the Harbor?
Also, the Reina is such a crazy pick. And I think that we've seen it have some sort of
misclick हुआ है.
Lotus. It takes away a lot of kind of potential, like when you're playing a Phoenix,
misclick
you have to flash around the corners. But the Reina flash is just not that good in my opinion. So
Lars भाई मैंने सुना कल 10 घंटे की स्ट्रीम हुई.
हाँ 10 घंटे मैं 8 किया.
Bro, what in the world is happening?
भाई EWC में थोड़ा सा कुक्ड है. और भाई the big thing is EWC में चोरी भी हुई है पता है?
क्या चीज?
वेंडलर के रूम में घुस के चोरी हुई है.
वेंडलर कौन है?
पेपर एक्स का असिस्टेंट कोच. एलेक्स के बाजू में बैठता है ना तो.
हाँ क्या चोरी की है?
हाँ उसका कुछ टॉय वो है जो गर्लफ्रेंड ने दिया था उसको ये वो सब चुरा के ले गए.
The Valorant community's mind. It is time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really gonna have a tough time handling the fraudulent allegations at that point.
What if it works?
If it works, sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run where they literally were playing ISO Harbor on Bree? Sorry, so they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's because we've had it before in the past.
देख रहा हूँ यार किक भी देख रहा हूँ सालों.
Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just weak.
Background G का करो.
आ करते in the meta. There's some of the less big
and YD chat integrate करो ना screen पे clutch भाई जैसे नहीं. Bros भाई ये क्या हरकत है? क्या चीज?
7 duelists.
Yeah.
There you go. Killing it. Pilsky is not afraid to take on a challenge. I love that. I'm going to keep throwing them at you. Athena, you've been on the fence here.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
I'm really going to make you give me a
Okay.
declaration.
भाई मेरे को लगता है चलो दोस्तों भी 1 घंटे के लिए
First to 8 rounds
गेम
in
खेल
this
के आते
game.
हैं काजो.
MIBR.
Why?
क्या बात करूँ इतना बुरा हाल है?
अरे तो क्या कल पहला गेम 1 घंटे बाद चालू हुआ
I think
था.
personally they have much more firepower on
और
this
एक
team.
साथ दोनों गेम चालू नहीं हो रहे थे समझ रहे हो?
When it comes to
एक बाद में तो मतलब 4 गेम्स हुए अलग-अलग.
so much
हाँ,
potential
तो मैंने तो
around
चारों
them. They've
देखी है.
shown themselves as masters winners, as champions
हर्ष
winners.
भाई
I can't
हर्ष
see
भाई
a
कल
world where MIBR here
लरोक
doesn't
आदमी
take it.
क्या मार रहा है हर्ष भाई. 2 एस 2 राउंड 9 किल और फिर उसके बाद लवर्स रॉक 1v5 निंजा डिफ्यूज.
निंजा डिफ्यूज किया?
EDG को कुत्ता बनाया है कल भाई.
ओए ब्रो मेरे को बिग फैक्टर क्या लग रहा है मालूम क्या ये चीज का EWC का?
हाँ
कि ये लोग है ना इंडोर खेल रहे हैं बराबर है.
हाँ
ऑडियंस नहीं है तो प्रेशर बहुत कम होगा.
अबे पर आमने सामने खेल रहे भाई. वो टीमो तो कल उठ के चढ़ गया था RRQ के ऊपर
है.
हाँ टीमो कल मारा है भाई. कुछ भी दिया. 100 थिव्स तो बहुत अच्छा खेली कल RRQ के अगेंस्ट.
तो ये परफॉर्मेंसेस बहुत डिफर करेंगे. तो क्या जो फाइनल्स है वो क्राउड के सामने होगी?
ऑडियंस
I bet.
Are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for example, pulled out a big Marshall at times, collecting enormous rounds on the eco.
I mean, Aspas is just a star-op player. They've got a couple of players who can use it, honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then when am I going to the Outlaw? When am I going with the Operator?
चालू होगी
Like
मैच.
how I spend my economy.
और ये जर्सी क्या है भाई? ये जर्सी क्या है? प्लम्बर लग रहा मेरे भाई.
Like if the rounds have been close, you know their economy is struggling, you're going to go for an Outlaw. You will see probably both of these teams have used the Outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it, I've seen GE do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to pick that up. Operator, yeah, Zekin, that's true. Operator in any other circumstance, you know, when you want to mix it in for a gun round.
I have a question for you.
Hit me.
Who on G, based on the agents, who's gonna off?
Oye,
the brainer or the
Portugal,
ISO?
Croatia देखा क्या?
यार भाई मैं बहुत वैसा वाला सो गया यार कलर्स भाई एकदम वह वाला
हाँ मैं भी
और सुबह उठते साथ मैंने ना रिजल्ट चेक किया यार
अबे पोर्चुगल का नेक्स्ट गेम अगेंस्ट स्पेन है
अबे वो सब छोड़ो उन लोगों ने भाई डीआरएस वाला सिस्टम किया वो स्नीको वाला उससे ऑफसाइड दिया गया है अरे वो ये वो कौन सा एज कोई तो एज बोलते हैं ना उसको क्या एज बोलते अरे यार अल्ट्रा एज टेक्नोलॉजी
अल्ट्रा एज
हाँ अल्ट्रा एज की वजह से ऑफसाइड दिया है उधर
Agent select is ready. Let's dive into it.
Croatia equalize कर दी थी.
हैदराबाद कल आपके फेवरेट प्लेयर ने मस्त पेनल्टी मारी है.
Remind me, what is map number 1? Where are we playing and what fits well?
Bro, you were the one
and I think both
rocking
of
the
these
Portugal
agent selects
jersey, bro.
make a little bit of sense. I am a little bit scared for the side of MIBR
Okay.
मेरा favorite player तो Messi
found
है.
that much success recently. It's kind of crazy that the Americans team
Ottoman
is
Jet!
picking that up on the fracture.
Usman
I'm
Dembele.
struggling to find
भाई
success.
पर
but
G
I'm
double tourist अभी भी खेल रही है.
I really like him
Ottoman
on the
Jet
jet.
खेल
I'm
रहा
a
है.
little bit worried that first double
I ain't
goal
gonna
is
lie,
gonna
bro.
be scary.
Aspas
Yeah,
is
I
like.
think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously in the
Yo, bro,
qualifiers, but
is this
only
a
by
comp
little bit.
that
I think the
they
way
have, like,
used the
big-
singular focus to
like-
that. For GE,
It's
as
the
I
new
mentioned
platoon
before,
comp,
they
bro.
played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played 3 different
Harsh bhai,
comps,
I
and
think
this
no
is,
frost, no G,
nothing
bro.
surprising to see them
ऐसा
leading
बोलते
to yet another different comp. Once again, though, running
Chat, do you
the
guys think as
Lotus
well?
is a
सामने जो
little
team
bit
है
of
ना,
a different
वो
flavor.
भी चले तो
Honestly,
चांद
I
तक
think
है.
what MIBR are running, though,
वो
the
भी
way
है
is
वो
gonna
भी
be
है
fantastic
लेकिन
against the
इंडिविजुअली
Vikings.
से
So
नहीं मिली
easy to be able to
वो लोग
play
ज्यादा
some of those
अच्छे
setups and then just refract out really helps you work the map here on Lotus.
पता नहीं
Yeah, that's
who knows
very true. I think
Let's see,
the
bro,
way
let's
that
see,
they're
let's see.
really
MIBR
important here.
loss.
I hope they have some answers.
अरे
पता
क्रिस्टल
है
घुस
MIBR
गया
के सामने loss क्यों है?
Really good. And immediately right off the bat, we're gonna see an aggro
क्या है?
play with these
MIBR
duelists.
के नाम
The
के आगे
Razors
loss क्यों है
coming
पता
in,
है?
GE just speeding up.
क्योंकि वो लोग 4 qualification game हारे हैं.
अबे रुक जाओ MIBR
for a
defense
moment, but the double dive on in is finding some impact.
ये कब हुआ?
From the backside of the site, cleaned
हाँ,
up
अभी
by
switch हुआ.
Ubitan. No,
switch हुआ ये
the
exactly
rest of
अरे हक दिए थे वो
MIBR
लोग
tried to
graphics.
force their way through waterfall, but it's not the clean execution that they're really looking for. Picked through the
Nice,
smoke,
nice,
goes the
nice.
way of Harvey.
City bush
As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on
W,
its side.
beautiful
The
push.
IGL of GE really starting to warm up. And on the other side of things, it's Verno.
Frenzy
so
gamer we
MIBR
got the
has to pick up
pistol
pieces.
baby
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going, contesting that fight and making sure they're able
Prediction
to
लगा,
push
लगा
that
दो,
real
लगा
time.
दो.
Gonna get the
उरे?
sheriff kill onto Verno. But yes,
Round
the
खत्म
pistol
नहीं हुआ
going
कि वो
the way
banner आ गया बे?
of Global
अरे अभी तो
Esports.
half time
I
रुको, अभी
think
तुमको half time भी
for
दिखेगा कहीं में.
MIBR here, I mean, taking that peak is one
हर
thing,
2
but
match
not
round
having
बाद
the
half time
fallback
होता है,
plan
hydration
is a
break.
little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way if you're MIBR. If you're playing double
Prediction
C
लगा
now
लिया
with
है,
second and
kick पे,
Aspas
check
on
करो
double
pin
duelist and the other
message.
team runs into you, you can't really complain, honestly.
Wait,
So
MIBR
GE are gonna
ML
be
क्यों
quite
लिखा हुआ
happy
है?
about how that
उड़ोतान
went.
is
MIBR
Javi.
loss है. अरे
Onto the
loss
anti-eco.
मतलब
Haven't
same
fully
company
committed
own
to
करते
this
हैं ना
buy.
उनको.
Ottoman is
अच्छा.
Harvey
तो
with a
ये
little bit of extra
tournament
cash in
में
the
शायद
back pocket. Got the C's nade over on the
एक बंदा चैट में लिख रहा है उड़ोतान इज हावी अरे हग रहे उड़ोतान हावी कैसे रहेगा
Refract and does at least
ओ इसको
take a
पड़ी
chunk
बे
out.
Timer बोलो,
नाइस
29, 28,
Really
27,
anything in this round
26.
for MIBR.
This is
same.
the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side here, we have Xavi actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting some
चार
pressure,
जने पे आ
using
गए.
Prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR into this site. They do have a chance to re-clear, but anything that they do right now might be just a little bit
Easy
too
C
late,
take,
because
easy C
GE, they're
take.
already all over on the side of C, about to execute.
Yeah, I don't mind if MIBR just stacking
ML
up
is
where the
machine
pressure
learning,
is,
बराबर
but GE are giving them the runaround right now. Straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR. Just looking to group up on spawn side.
Each of these MIBR star player is playing worse than each other, so they have no pressure to play better.
pushing towards the spawn here.
Oh shit.
Kind of scary.
Ayo,
with this
Autumn
Phantom.
Pasha.
Gets
Good
paranoid
flash.
and gets traded instantly. Verno gets the pick
भाई
onto
हावी ने
Autumn. Now
फ्लैश
all
होल्ड
these
किया था लेकिन
players
उसने
falling
छोड़
back
दिया
on GE,
4
trying to
जन
play
ब्लाइंड हो
safe
जाते
post plan. That's a Phantom.
This is
a
winnable for
Spectre in the
MIBR.
hands
This
of
is winnable.
Zekin, actually. And they're holding it on,
Yeah.
and they're trying to do this flood retake.
Oh, nice
and then
shot.
shutting it down. Alspas with a
with one.
trade back onto it now, just flooding it. Zekin and Mizzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against Pistols.
Yeah, Pistol just trying to pick up the pieces at the end of things, but that is a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately. Eco by 4 classics and a singular Marshall in the hands of Aspas. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already MIBR a massive boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now we're looking at two pistols, Sheriff and a bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of
अगर उसने ब्लाइंड कनेक्ट कर दिया होता ना चैट हावी ने 4 जन ब्लाइंड हो जाती कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है
Boomba's actually going to go in.
Boomba.
We're going to see that there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all
Oh,
the way
yo,
up, using his refractor
Aspas.
just
Okay.
in the nick of time because he was 1 second away
ये push हो
from
रहा है
losing that fallback.
Zekin on side Mizzino on side
Little bit of an investment in this round for GE as the Prowler confirms that GE are
सिर्फ
indeed
2
inside
गार्डियंस है
the
GE के पास
second.
okay
Will zone the attackers away for now.
4 people
That's a
already and he
beautiful
got
seize combo
seasoned.
to take
Oh
out
my
all of
god.
GE not happy with how that looks.
A shot crystal, good opening.
Activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Mazzino through the backside of that door,
trade,
though. That's
Mazzino.
at least given them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this game, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that
खेल लिया भाई खेल लिया MIBR beautiful defense
Going to try to contact up here.
beautiful defense wow
Just yet, Mizzino gets spotted, but he gets the pick. 1v4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful
आज मैच में डील हैंडल नहीं कर पा रहा था क्या मैच थी वन ऑफ द वर्ल्ड कप मैच
Looking locked in. He is a big game player for GE, but this is a triple high low on stairs side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of
छोड़ दो गन
players
छोड़ दो
can be
पटमैन
dealing
भाई
with that. Haunt dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on
Nice try,
stairs
nice
side,
try,
and that
nice
is just
try.
not the angle Patman was
कोई
looking
दिक्कत
for.
वाली बात नहीं है
Second round for MIBR
कोई
here, and
दिक्कत वाली
GE
बात
looking
नहीं
to go into their gun round after the upset on the eco.
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mizzino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game when they're able to just take those fights, kind of not really feeling the pressure of losing those.
Urge for a team like G जिसको qualify करना है for official international tournaments is hard. A stage like EWC gives great international exposure. What do you think?
Is the Cypher as well as the Omen.
Bro, G qualify की है ये stage के लिए.
I started to challenge. Cam is still out there towards C to try to confirm
इसके
whether
लिए
this is actually going to be
पहले online qualifiers हुए और G वो जीती है तब जाके G यहाँ पे खेल रही है.
Take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still 2 players on the site here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn and
Havi भाई direct backside TP मारे ले.
Now post plant for
ये टूर्नामेंट से stats नहीं बढ़ेंगे. ये टूर्नामेंट सिर्फ प्राइस पूल के लिए होती है.
These players have gone over here from the side of MIBR, using that Nightfall on both sides, not really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally.
माँ flash पे घुस गया Zekin. But good trade. Udo with 3K baby. Good nade, good nade. यार भगा दी Udo.
For Udo.
Yeah, he's got a showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this C site is a problem for MIBR. Rolled over it both on the pistol and then in their opening gun round here, despite who's playing there,
कैसे मारा भी उसने
Esports
3?
are not having too many problems cracking that.
Nice replay, nice replay अच्छा दिखाया ना भाई इन्होंने.
Wasn't there? Zekin was all out.
Replay तो drone shot होता है भाई spider cam.
No one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really there either.
4-man push by MIBR.
Here for MIBR, using a heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick, dodging that paranoia. Crystal's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of Rubble, they have lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Verno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one.
Shot, yaar, Verno.
Yo, what? Zabi getting a trade onto Verno, a spam kill from a Mizzino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
See, mat aao. See, jao hi mat bhai ji walo.
Given the fact that we have one player down on a Sheriff this round, Prowler going forward for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of them are creeping up on Waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas.
Come on.
Loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause.
Come on.
Challenging.
Nice peek. Good peek. Nice timing peek.
Crystal has got the cross.
Aspas, the final boss. In a 1v2. Gets one.
Able to punish Patman for the peek on the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking. A little bit faster as pressure is being applied by Crystal, and he's going to peek out, but Aspas able to spray him through the wall.
But look at pick में वो डर दिख रहा है भाई पैटमैन तो है ना डर के खेला है आसपास के अगेंस्ट
सामने आसपास खड़ा होगा तो फटेगी ना भाई
really nice to see MIBR they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side and then use the number trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough, but for GE this
Verno ने
right
निकाला
अरे वर्नो क्या मारा है यार वर्नो
punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're pathing into sight was a really good one.
Really rough. You left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas and took him all the way down to 14 HP, but that's all he needs to get some of those rounds done. You can see just how much damage this has done to both teams' economy now. This is going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down.
वापस ए हल्ला करके सी जाने का चल ट्राई करी.
Side of things, GE have taken A control but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn. Make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C site here, and the Prowler comes out. That's going to be so much noise. But the position really well here for MIBR to have a really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative.
अबे आसपास के अल्ट पे खेल रहे वो लोग. Oh wait, we got Vice ult as well.
Issue too much. They know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper.
And defend second.
Whiffed is out. Really converting on anything. And we're still in a 5-on-5.
Second को blind करके पीछे ढकेल दिया.
Only breaking through for the time being. Still tentative, waiting for that rocket to allow.
दोनों रेस के अल्ट्स हक दिए.
Playing inside of the side. Auto up close.
But
out of ammo. A couple of trades come through.
Only 2.
It's all down to Patman. In a 1-on-2, this is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful series
was so good there, chat.
That's crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating, trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving towards that A site where Tex had set up all his Cypher tricks. But they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They instantly
Autumn ने played so well there.
एक गोली और रहती मारता साला.
But इन लोगों ने 50 अल्ट तो यूज कर लिया इस राउंड में.
Smokes like that, making sure they're not in trading positions.
भाई आसपास क्या हेयर स्टाइल करके आया है?
It was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR winning out with the power of their frags. And now, on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriffs almost across the board, but knives on the side of Autumn.
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that. Once again, you're getting this refract walk through from Aspas straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult shot to be converting on the play.
Pasha.
That was scary. That was really scary.
That was a Pasha peak.
Not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one. Trying to get that number advantage so they could pick where they want to go. Looking like they want to end towards this A
Aspas की shield तो उड़ा दी है.
Not going to get any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden
Autumn ना भाई का एक knife नहीं लगा.
Has olive tree, and 3 players now on this A site, ready to keep it, fight for it, make sure they don't get on.
Yeah, Verno on that C info line.
Oh, nice shot, Harvey!
Cracker of an entry from Harvey though, but Aspas still getting in the
okay,
midst
nice,
of the
Harvey.
able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE.
Bija.
But unfortunately, they haven't checked Tex here. That's a spike drop.
Nice eco. Batman मेरे भाई उठने की सख्त जरूरत है.
Potentially a little bit of a contingency plan here for GE to pivot on
Crystal
over to, but when he doesn't have the
3K.
spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it outright. That's 3 in a row now for MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much clearer than
Time
what
out!
it used to be on the waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, This in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary.
Your timeout आ गया है.
When he's on that site, able to just get
Timeout
away
आ गया.
from
Bro,
it
अभी
after
frost नहीं है तो कौन call देगा?
His timings on this has been really good, and of course the
मैं
rotations from MIBR. It's
मैं
been
दूंगा.
so good all game so far.
मैं
Feels like
दूंगा.
they're almost that step
अर्ज
ahead.
भाई
They're
last
just
time जब
there
MIBR
every
हारी
single
थी ना,
time when they know that
तो
GE is putting down the pressure. And now
क्या
for
बोलते
GE,
हैं,
they're probably wondering
टेक्स जो
what
था
do
ना
they
वो
need
बेचारा
to do?
रोने लग गया था
So
भाई.
far they've had
Heavy
that
रोया.
success
I know.
on getting onto C. They've had
बोला था
success
मेरी
on getting the
गलती है
spike
भाई.
down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting quite
अरे
messy
मेरे
and
भाई
drawn
तूने
out, unfortunately. Neither
तूने
of
वो
these
सामने
teams
आसपास है तो क्या हुआ डर्रा काय को अरे तू भी बैटमैन है बादशाह बादशाह तू बैटमैन है वो बुड्ढा हो गया तू जवान है बियर्ड भगा
on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But
Yeah.
We'll see what the approach is going to be.
मेरे को ये अभी सबिन करना पड़ेगा भाई फ्रॉस्ट की जगह पे मजाक नहीं है अभी.
Into round 8, trying to break this dry spell. Got the pistol, got ecoed. We're able to come through with a gun round in round 4, but outside of that, MIBR is really starting to pull ahead.
ब्लॉक्स कब आएंगे अभी डाला तो
Yep,
आज.
another operator online for Ospas this time, brought to him by Verno, and they're gonna do another
अरे heavy
seasoning
crunch.
towards this
50
level,
राउंड से
trying to
यही
punch
जा रही है ना.
any
जी
AV.
स्टार्टिंग में
The
मर
dash
गया
comes
भाई
in, he
ऑटम.
might get caught
पैदा
by
होने से
those
पहले
nades,
मर
and
गया भाई.
Second gets that pick onto Autumn with those paint
wow.
shells. Mazzino just pushing up. His aim is so crisp.
Oh,
Udo
shit.
getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no presence anywhere else on this map. And MIBR, they just have the full line, getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel for GE. Post timeout, they immediately get caught by the C's nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected.
Nice shot, Crystal, baby. ऐसे ही चमका हो, ऐसे ही चमका हो.
Chance in here. MIBR well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
Mazzino alone on this A site, but text to join him. The baby door being held two here by Zakin.
अच्छा, पांच round जीत गई क्या MIBR?
He's the main reason why this team has come back into this
13
round.
points.
Walking up here, looking like they're trying to end towards A. Text with a beautiful flank and
भाई ये लोग ताली पहले ही बजा दे रहे हैं चैट.
Patman.
Yeah, that's Tex's best
है ना?
position. He's
Yeah.
just won like 2 rounds for
ताली
MIBR
पहले ही
from
बजा
that
दे रहे हो
exact
लोग.
same spot. Perfect timing. Or he's just valuing his life and waiting in the
Good
wings,
night हो
knowing
गया
that his
आसपास
psychic
का.
utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork and gets it done. The round that did not start well. Credit to Crystal, since his transition over to this Sentinel role, his mechanics have really been something to marvel at after maybe having some weaker performances individually in the past.
Their fears
But that
betrayed
still
them.
wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation as they go back onto yet another kind of weaker buy.
Ospas setting up with the op towards that C, so it is a little bit weaker, but they're sitting here trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards tree. Tex is here just spamming. Full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet.
ओए
Haven't
बताओ,
tried breaking any of
जी
those cypher
पूरा
trips
game
on the side of GE. So Tex is just
क्या
having
10
a field day,
rounds भी
having
जीत
those
पाएगी?
really good rotations as much as he can, and now information gathered from Mazzino. They're gonna know that there's players towards the
अरे
side.
भून दिया भाई, क्या भून दिया.
No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena. We've lost Udatan as well. Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia.
फिर से
straight
गोवा
from
क्यों
Verno
गए
over
थे?
on the B side,
घूमने.
and that is giving GE pause, but thought completely shut down. This has been a landslide of rounds.
पहले
capped off by a
प्लेयर
flawless
पीओवी
from
पहले दिख
MIBR.
जाता है, स्क्रिप्ट लीक हो जाती है. हाँ ना भाई,
This
स्पॉइलर दे
is
देते बे.
almost a landslide here for MIBR. They're getting away with so much. They're so good at getting these early fights, or at least forcing GE to take them. They're fighting at this point both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting that C, setting
तो ये
Ospas
राउंड है,
up
अभी अगला राउंड है.
with an op
अगला राउंड है,
anywhere
बी
that he
जाओ
wants
भाई,
to go.
बी.
And just
ये पूरे
being
गेम में
really
एक
annoying.
बार
It
भी
feels
नहीं
like
गए.
they're not even
ये
forcing
स्टार्ट
it
करके सी
that
जा रहे
hard.
बस.
They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching
अभी
it up.
finally
this setup
G playing
towards
default
B
and
site.
आसपास hopping
They said
भी.
that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew because 2 players here for the first time from GE.
और
given a stern
क्रिस्टल
warning
कांटे पे
Down
बच
to
गया.
4 HP, and Aspas might go back for a second helping here. Out by the Prowler there from Mazzino. Patman pushed away. Verno
C पे
continually just has
1v
the C
करके
info line
मस्त
self-sufficiently
hold
for
कर रहा है.
MIBR. Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers. And once again, GE given A rubble control, because MIBR, honestly, at this point, do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually use it to springboard into A, they get absolutely rolled.
And now, finally, Tex is going to see some action, ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip, and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully, they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening for GE, and they walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Okay.
No, not overcooking that one.
C पे faking हो रही है.
The info line, Autumn. Very much hoping that someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times. Spamming away, they'll be well away.
Second का round है पूरा.
Inside of tree is Zekin. The trip gets hit, but no one really capitalizing off the back of that. Patman's dead inside of the door.
Spike down.
And Zekin not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming through from Tex with only 10 seconds on the clock. This is falling apart for GE.
आइला यड़ भगा दी भाई, 2 जन ने साइड पे क्रॉसफायर लगा के यड़ भगा दी.
They just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation.
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side.
Suppose you are playing EWC. Which a main agent will you picking up every time? Bro, if I play EWC, I'll be the coach. I won't be the player, bro.
Like really,
and coaches never play.
Definite
if you don't know.
Read on how GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead at this point, I feel like. And now we're going to be looking at this round. 2 players.
Is this Jijai
towards this C mount, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex this time, as opposed to Zekin and Oscar.
Heavy mount fight, heavy.
He's been a strong player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be turned.
Zekin with the gets one easily.
He's already into sight. He's flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's not enough.
Oh, nice.
Patman
smoke man, shotgun.
In the smoke with the shorty.
Oh man, I mean, again, GE.
What
they
was
do a
this
pretty
round,
good job of cracking
bro?
into that seaside.
What
but
in the world was this round, bro?
To deal with. Zekin diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before GE can really get the comfortable and put their feet up inside of the C site. 9-2. This is very rough going for GE. This Lotus pick is looking pretty excellent.
नहीं हाँ हमने क्लिप कर लिया है. हाँ नहीं हम लोग अजीम कर लेंगे कि पिछले राउंड में हुआ क्या. जी स्लो मोशन करके देख लेंगे ना हम लोग मिनी मैप में. बैक करके. हाँ लव यू.
Just, you know, reminding you that America's is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A again.
अरे माँ, finally आसपास ने यहाँ पे ulti use किया है.
With the Waylay combo, that was insane, and another punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this site. But Verno hears that TP. Oh, Javi,
भाई, वो Javi वहाँ पे site पे ult खोल के बैठ गया है, and no one has pressured from G. No one. Why were they so late? Verno easily peek करके मार दिया.
Desperation stations here for GE as Verno's able to deal with Patman, and it's a 10-2 half for MIBR. Just absolute domination here on Lotus defense.
वो लोग रुके भाई ताकि उसने अल्ट किया हुआ वो मरेगा फिर पुश करेंगे.
And he's on the top of the scoreboard here for MIBR.
That was horrendous, bro.
So well, and I feel like this player has consistently
that was horrendous,
been a rock for this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for his playing that senti role. His lurks have been insane.
Good half, bro. Good half.
He's constantly been really good with those rotates, as we can see on this.
Lot of frost भाई मजाक नहीं रहा.
He's in the right place on the right time.
Tex shoot कर रहा है भाई, तुमने देखा?
See how he plays on this.
Beautiful shooting from Tex, भाई.
How he's gonna take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared.
What the hell is happening?
And nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked up on this roster. And now they finally got
कोई बात नहीं. डिफेंसिव मैप है और ये वाला मैप वैसे भी उनका पिक है. MIBR का पिक है.
गिरा आसपास मुश्किल है.
अबे उनका पिक है ब्रो. कुछ सीन नहीं है.
Last map is ascent, bro. Not gonna lie. अगर 1-1 भी है,
need to at least play for a little bit.
Last map is going to be insane.
If you're GE, what are you talking about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other than
me as a coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on guys, we could do this.
Game stream कब होगा? आज रात को maybe.
I would be like, it's okay guys, let's just go next.
या मे बी इस मैच के बाद let's see bro, let's see.
I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
10-2 वो भी attack में वो भी Lotus में defensive में
Guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing
Frost has gone and now again G seems without plan as they used to be before Frost.
Okay, a little bit of role play, guys, please.
Yeah, and then Osmos is in your face, refracting back, getting space.
We got crazy analytics in the chat.
Perfect time.
Let's see chat.
Yeah.
I understand, they're good. They're playing well. They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's pick. Hey guys, listen, it's MIBR's pick. Don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head coach in the coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with the roster in all of their runs recently.
अरे half time में कि direct अगला game चालू होने वाले break के बाद.
As a little bit of a leader here for global esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have many words to be saying to the boys. Try to keep them a little bit more focused.
अरे क्या है?
Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
But a pistol and a couple of rounds can really, you know, change a man's perception.
Starting into this pistol now. Kind of a
let's go pistol round. G ने पहला pistol जीता था. ठीक है. So let's see bro. I hope they win this.
Even पे तो MIBR खराब
10 all होने वाला है 10 all.
Heading towards 3B. The mound info is going to be taken by GE. That Prowler is going to push them all the way back, and that pressure is going to pull a rotate. Osmos already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good and not giving them
beautiful pick.
But late now, Zekin gets that pick. The door is tapped. Autumn punishing Osmos for standing out in the open. And now all of a sudden they're pushing towards the spawn here, wrapping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make
sure
that
MIBR घर तक चली गई है G के.
individual basis. Same can be said for GE though. Just one player on this A site by himself. Crystal has got a lot of work to do when he's completely surrounded. Sheer wall at least.
Crystal भाई दो मार दो आप game जीता दिए. और nice position भाई.
Clearing out all of attackers spawn, but with MIBR making their way onto the A site. Boots can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least he's able to take 2 with him.
Akela, Khelraay, Akela!
The 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one. And Verno just waiting. Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and 2 of these players walking up towards this A main. So much noise from Verno, but they know that that heaven is clear because of the space that Zekin's taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin getting the pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden the 2v2, the parry going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an ace? To win this round, the nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt. Nothing yet.
Patman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin.
My god.
And that is just insult to injury for global esports. 11-2 here. They desperately needed a pistol here on Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to come together. Perfection from yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C. They heard that door open, and they were like, towards that A. But for GE, man,
how can they lose that?
It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do, and they're using it to start pushing towards that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip, doing a little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on for a moment. But
from us,
on the off angle, the Stinger is not the gun for the job there.
कसम इधर 5 rounds नहीं होने वाले भाई GE के chat.
Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very sneaky, but I think Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A site, and at least the waylay's been dealt with over on Rubble.
3v3 here. This post plan looking a little
Tens
bit
किस टीम में है और उसका मैच कब है? Tens अपने घर पे खेलता है कॉम्पी में. उसकी स्ट्रीम पे देखो वो कॉम्पी खेलता है. बाकी उन रहे ये नहीं खेलता.
The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo peeks. Kevin getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot. Inferno trading instantly, getting two, and now all of a sudden a 1v1
again. Second in a 1v1.
Oh my god! Oh my! Really good try by GE here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekken denying Global Esports around on that A site. And yeah, it's not looking like they have long left here on Lotus, unfortunately. A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs, even in the first half, but MIBR have come out on top of those time and time again. Another force being put together here for GE. What they can come up with, it is a glass cannon outlaw, handful of bulldogs. Patman at least has a vandal and some armor, as Harvey deals with that over on the C side of the map. Some space over there.
Lots of C-mount pressure, but they're walking into Harvey. Autumn, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about in terms of lurks, and now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in. But the trades are just so good from MIBR. Osmos getting that pick. Everyone's just following up.
तब से गाड़ियां नहीं चला रहा है ये भाई अब भी उठाया ना भाई ने बोलता है मैं चलाते रहूंगा जब तक उठाता नहीं
to announce his presence by opening up the door, and MIBR already set up nicely. Heck sitting in the corner here. Low on HP, doesn't want to overcook this one. Yutatan really going looking for someone, and somehow in
EWC I have noticed there is always Omen in a team. What is the reason, Coach Harsh? EWC के rules अलग है, तो अगर उसमें अगर तुम्हें ना एक दूसरा स्मोकर खेलना है, तो तुम्हें एक फॉर्म भरना पड़ता है और तुम्हें एक पर्टिकुलर फीस भी देनी पड़ती है. Prior to the game, 3 games prior to the game.
Start out their games, and this is what I was talking about. When it comes to firepower, so many of those rounds were won just by sheer peaks, just by taking their ones, making sure they're aggressively playing, taking that map control, because quite frankly, they feel like it. They feel like they're going to win those fights, and they did. Really well played by MIBR. GE, they really tried to climb back into it.
अपने को ना इधर live इतना सब साउंड वगैरह सुनाई दे रहा है, इतना कास्टर का साउंड वगैरह सुनाई दे रहा है. उधर राउंड जीते रहेंगे, मैच खत्म हो गया. यो नाइस वेल प्ले या वेल प्लेड. वेल प्ले गाइस, वेल प्ले. इतना सन्नाटा लग रहा है वहां पे, उधर कोई है ही नहीं.
A bad map for them. How has it been in Pacific for them?
Valorant का EWC जो जीतेगा. क्या एक ही मैच थोड़ी ना था?
AGTH.
I am watching all that.
410 चल रहा है 410.
अच्छा अब भी चालू है?
अरे चमन आदमी साथ में चल रहा ना.
Bet. वहां कसम एक साथ 3 मैच ना. ओए क्लच भाई, VLR पे कल 4 गेम्स एक साथ क्यों दिखा रहे?
हाँ कल है क्योंकि चारों एक साथ.
दीवान की सर पे चढ़ के बोले. क्लच भाई मस्त व्लॉग बनाया है ना, मेरा दिल खुश हो गया पता है व्लॉग देख के. जो मेरा बीटी था ना सब वो चला गया तुम्हारा. मेमोरीज रीलिव कर ली ना. लग रहा है मस्त लगा मस्त.
Honorable. Yo, ये लोग कौन है चैट? AG OG टीम. अगाल क्यों नाम है ये टीम? Bro, AG के टीम का लोगो चेंज हो चुका है.
I mean, it's Woot. You're in a 3 versus 1 against Woot, and you're low HP. Pop the ult. Go look for him.
Did still have the blaze.
Heaven is attacking map or defending. If you are losing in attack, it is a defensive map. And if you are losing in defense, it's attacking map.
Thing is, you're going back to 125 shields. I forgot he was the player on light shields.
VCT में usually वैसा कुछ नहीं होता मेरे भाई. Bro, ये AG वालों ने अपना logo change किया है बेटा.
Closes in the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is a worrying sign with that being quite a weak bonus round. It was a few guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix as well. So it's
प्रिंस सलमान का फेवरेट है ओमन इसलिए कंपलसरी है प्रिंस सलमान कौन है
if GRQ is going to start popping up
why
like
no
this over on the
audience
Phoenix,
क्योंकि ये फाइनल्स
that's
नहीं
something that
है
almost feels
फाइनल्स
like
पे
a
ऑडियंस
necessity
रहेगा
going into this attack side half. You're 5 rounds down, your Phoenix. This is where he should
when you're losing
try.
in
On the
both
defense,
it's opponent's
Phoenix is
map pick
really
ये
hard
है
to
मेरा
use.
भाई
Very situational, the retakes can work.
Woot.
And while operator in hand, Woot has been pretty
अरे
disrespectful
Woot
with the way
भाई
he's been finding these openers so far.
भाई डायरेक्ट ये शॉट पिक किया वो देखो कितना एग्रेसिव आ रहा है इस शॉट पे
They have
और मार भी दिया प्लेयर है बे
about 5 seconds. Woots picked up the first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble.
वाओ कोश महाराज
He's taken one. Left another on.
अभी ये ओडिन वाले बहुत बेकार है बे तो तुम लोगों को मालूम EWC में तो फॉर्म भी नहीं भरना पड़ता ओडिन के लिए
There's no safe haven.
Oh, you still got one. Wow.
On the board for Team Heretics.
टाइटल चेंज करो अरे खत्म हो जाएगा ये गेम अभी
into exactly where they wanted to be.
इसका भी प्रेडिक्शन दे दो अबे शांति से ये वाला गेम देखो अगला वाला लगाता हूं
They go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if?
When are you going to play in EWC? Are you not in the substitute? No, bro, I'm a coach.
That was a paranoia, and then the pop of the Rose on the other side as well. So that there's no way anybody. You dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded. And then they double swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics and from all gamers. You basically fell for every step
फॉर्म
of their
भरना होता है
plan.
अभी जब खेलने जाते हैं वहां पे उनको आता है फॉर्म भाई का फ्लैश है वो फिनिक्स का
They're making simple mistakes, and all gamers look like the better squad, but that has changed in this second half. The defense too away from closing it.
अबे ये फंगीर भाई बंटा ये बहुत पाशा प्लेयर है फंगीर
Economy quite low. A headhunter. All that
Anjir
Fangir has to work with, and he's about to have a challenge. A face coming out on long.
Oh, Benji भाई का काम 25
He's going for the players, not the drone.
This is exactly what happens. You get your drone cancelled, the spam through the wall and the door. Done a lot of damage. And I think the worst part is Woot is still sitting in that corner. He's gotten out a little bit wider, and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk it and he misses.
हर पर चले गया लेकिन बूट वापस से शॉट आया ना भाई
A little bit of pressure now being put on.
They're falling back to C. Pura C khali.
Now they are going to have to trip the wall in order to give
nice.
this
W
up.
observer.
Benji's
W
also gone
observer.
pressuring into middle, and they've sent the rotation back for Koshmaras. They've actually realised that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Never mind. Who's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again. GRQ needs another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fang is behind them.
फंगीर भाई ने किया है ना लर्क
needs to get, well, basically needs to get two at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around and he's gonna come out with three, leaves it down to 1v1.
Bro, this guy is crazy.
The Odin to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up, almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot and he will get it. A 4K for
How
Benji.
did they say
Fangir's heroic wasn't quite enough, and unfortunately they are now facing map point.
12 on the board.
Holy
Again,
shit.
the first five
दो
rounds,
गेम के बीच में
it
कितना
looked like
गैप
we were
रखते हैं
getting a
लोग
completely different
10
game here, but
minutes.
Heretics have activated.
10-15 भाई.
And that's the scary prospect.
20 minutes
वेट करने का दिक्कत नहीं है ना, पर दूसरा देख सकते हो.
Right out the gates.
Oh, true that.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back.
Benji
cleared the
खेल
guy
लिया
in
भाई,
Garrett,
Benji
then
खेल लिया
pushes
ले.
back
Holy
around,
shit, भाई.
kills the guy in
क्या
spawn, and
दिया
then
है
kills
इसने
the guy all the
Enter
way
से
back
बे?
towards long. Like he's basically fought
तीन जन तो
every
उसने ही
single
उड़ाया.
possible angle that he could have in this round. And while this, I'll be honest, this time out feels a little bit late. Like
भाई ये जो ग्रुप है ना AG वाला, ये सेम ग्रुप है जिसमें G है, पता है?
You
तो
were an
जो जीतता है
analyst
उनका next
or
game
the
Heretics के
assistant
against है.
coach, was it, of a team? So like if you were given the
मतलब
opportunity by
MIBR
the head coach to
Heretics या
talk,
तो
what
G
would you
Heretics
say
ऐसा
in
बोल
this
रहे हो.
moment?
Yeah, if given that
नहीं bro, तू
opportunity,
Chinese team को
the first
count out
thing I
मत
tell
करो
the
please.
boys is, listen, we lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago,
Okay.
so we've always got the
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now.
तो क्या G जीतेगी दोस्तों?
inspired.
Oh, okay. What would Minnie say? That's what we really need to think about.
Heretics में एक
Because,
दाढ़ी
he
वाला
might
बाबा
be
भी
the
है.
only
हाँ वो
person who
दाढ़ी
can
वाला
come back
बाबा ही
from
उड़ीन
this
से मारता
scenario.
बहुत.
12-5 down. It's a rough one.
This is a mini comp, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's a big
Odin
fan of
form का
everything.
explain please. इसमें explain क्या करूँ भाई?
Or are you just saying it's a small
but other than that, loves it.
अरे क्या lead flash किया यार, beautiful flash.
There and my boy can't you? It's
क्या ही बात है? ये भगा दी ना भाई AG वालों ने. Come back भाई, full support इनको, full support.
Wood is here and they've seen Boo up top. They should decide to go back and it looks like they've made the call.
Benji's gone pushing again though. Think about the last round of how
Play
much
work
he was
ही नहीं
able
किया
to
उनका.
get with his pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness from Fangir, and they're going to try and pressure him now.
Bro, मैंने
no
dodge किया
survival.
यार.
I like this. More of a death ball. Moving together, using that Hunter's Fury to
Come
get
back
them
it
in.
is. Come back it is.
Well, this time that C site will be firmly under their control. The remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, he can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it.
भाई यहाँ पे एक Chinese team one-sided हार रही है.
Sad that we didn't get this pause earlier because all
Anji
the
Clutch
others
भाई.
just came in with a very clear game
एक Chinese
plan.
team one-sided हार रही है यहाँ पे.
Mid-round calls
कल
were good,
EDG भी
avoided
one-sided
the
ही आ रही थी.
dangers, dealt with mid as well.
तो ये क्या
That
आप
flash
क्या
coming
कहना
out
चाहते हो ये
was
Chinese
perfect.
teams one-sided
They
हार रही है
covered their
उसको?
bases and I haven't
नहीं
seen them do
bro
that
actually
in this half
अगर
so
आज
far.
G2 नॉक्शिम को रहती है और XLG भी अपना गेम जीतती है तो G2 से XLG वापस होगा बस.
अच्छा, बस ये कहना है आपको?
Yes, that's it.
नहीं मुझे तो ये बताना था कि ये अभी वन साइडेड हार रही है लेकिन उन्होंने मास्टर्स में इतनी बढ़िया अच्छा
एक ने अबे EDG में उनका कोच खेल रहा था उनके साथ.
जी देखा मैंने.
Signed खेल
Don't
रहा
have nearly
था.
as
They
much space to
signed.
play with. You're not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there. And Heretics
क्योंकि
will
एक
almost
G2 कार्य
always have
करता
a
है ना
response
चैट
to any
बस
aggression
भाई
they're
ना
putting
कर
out.
ला
भाई करते रहता है.
कल तुमने
I will at
NRG
least
वर्सेस
wanna see
पेपर
them
एक्स
look
नहीं देखा तो
confident
तुमने
going
बहुत
into the
बड़ा
next
चीज
round.
Well,
मिस
yeah,
कर दिया.
funnily enough, the last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers,
दो
they
साल
did
बाद
lose.
लगा देते ना वो गेम.
Yeah,
Lost it, though. I
it
don't
seems
Bro,
like
that
this
game
is
was
their game
so
plan
big.
across a few different maps. So I
big.
agree. I
For
think
second
especially
तुमको पता है
getting warmed
भाई
up into
for
that attack
second
side.
13 first death.
Of course, the next map was chosen
13.
by the Heretics, so they will get their
तुम
choice of
नॉर्मल
start,
जंप पिक करते हो
whether
पता
that
जो
be the
जो
defense or the attack,
कोने में
we'll
खड़े हुए
have to
करते हो
see.
वो
But yeah,
भी कर
there's
रहा था
going
तो
to be a
वन
few
टैप
pieces missing in this round. Now, bear in mind, Woot gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can
जंप
drop the
पिक पर टैप
operator.
पड़ रहा था उसको फैंटम से वो भी.
Maybe gives them a little bit more of a stance in this round, but
अग्ग भाई नाम है
I think
भाई
it is
नियॉन
gonna
का.
relatively
Shot!
difficult. But hey, if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing app from Woot, and as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
ऐसा मारने आना चाहिए बे.
I don't know if you can hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger, can be avoided. And the rifle on Boo, look, they haven't even got the spike in their hands for the first minute because they know that there are dangers to be avoided. Now they come back in with direction, and again, the call looks to be good, at least for now. Exploring B, seeing no contact. If they get in there for the post plant, it should be most of the danger already avoided.
They're going to use the run it back just to make sure.
It's worth being cautious.
Spike. Just about going to be planted before he fades away, and then back-to-back fights. Pressure once again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round, of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate. He can have the tour de force for the next round, and well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem. Up until GRQ again. Another high-impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them. Picks are at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed.
G का comeback हो पाएगा?
Keep up this momentum.
Who knows?
Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back
नया वाला Phantom लगाया बे उसने कोच महाराज ने.
And as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh, that's
क्या
not the start
बात है,
that
he
we're
got
looking for, though.
Koshmaraj, bro.
Koshmaras being dropped.
मेरे को उसकी स्किन देखनी थी, वो मर गया. ए भाई ये तो crazy comeback चल रहा है.
Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well, up top. But
अबे यार ये spoiler मिल जाता है. मेरे को समझ गया फंगीर भाई मर गए उधर already.
Swing, and it said he wasn't expecting anybody to be there, down to just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more, not shying away from the fight with the Tour de Force.
क्या बेकार इंसान है भाई, 3 HP है और instantly आगे चले गए. I think it's one. Wow.
Easy. But does he have any idea that they've already crossed past? He does now. Sliding past, and it's a headshot as well. Bye-bye. Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant for the attack inside.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia.
इतना बेकार गेम है ना ये.
But it looks
इतना
like
बेकार गेम है ना.
close right corners the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments.
3v3.
The numbers even
Good
for now.
flash.
Great shots from
Oh
by
my
GRQ
god.
there as well.
Oh my god, ये लोग क्या मार रहे one side भाई.
All gamers.
ओए comeback हो रहा है बंटा है.
गेम चालू हो गया.
Yeah, that climb back. Starting to look
दूसरा गेम चालू हो
more
गया.
likely.
उनका भी हेवी नहीं चल रहा है. वाओ.
For quite a while, they're 2 wins in a row on it over the top of Nongshim.
आ जाओ भाई ये prediction के लिए.
खेलते डबल सी.
Over at London, which is not too bad of a run for them because I remember watching
Aspas on Jet, Zekon on Vele. Wow.
Beating him. Must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby. And goes the drone towards Garage. She here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zakin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A site. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly.
Verno is 1
Might be
HP.
the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas
अरे
trying to hold
spawn पे भाई ये तो
all of a
बादशाह.
sudden Autumn
Now they
in
know
this
he's
1v3,
spawn.
but I
He's
think
flanked.
they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed, unfortunately, for GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way he can crack back into this site. Now IBR are giving him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line. Under the one-way is Mazzino, and MIBR just keep the good times rolling instantly off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win the follow-up pistol to start off Haven.
I really like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information.
Why is MIBR ML? कुछ तो उनके owner का कुछ तो है.
You can see how quick everyone was there to
sponsored
react,
name
but
की
it's
कुछ
just
तो
a
है.
right-click
है ना chat?
classic from
बताओ जरा एक
Verno that
बारी.
manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way.
इतना टाइम क्यों डाला है? पिस्टल से पहले prediction खत्म होना चाहिए. मत कर.
Full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. And MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2k for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas, but that's not too bad from Udatan. Dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR. And they
Yard भगा दिए, फिर भी pick निकला है.
Comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving
इतना
MIBR
stun win पड़ा है.
thought here. They haven't pivoted away just yet. Drone going forward. Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas going forward. Straight from the hip with the Marshall, cleaning out all of this C site. And now
wow.
2v3 here, coming out through Garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno. Really decisive at the end there, but that was a little bit scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zakin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. A little bit scary for them. But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still going to be happy with the outcome of this round. They're going to be on that bonus for the 3rd round.
दूसरा वाला गेम इसमें चालू हुआ.
I think G
मतलब M8 और XLG शायद
to be
चालू
active, really trying to make sure that they're pushing and trading as quick as possible.
इसका गेम पता है M8 का ही.
But it's going to be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round for the side of GE.
पता नहीं. कल उल्टा हुआ था क्योंकि.
He's so the dark in fashion for him. He does get scanned by MIBR.
कल PRX एनर्जी पहले होना था चालू पर वो बाद में हुआ था.
Who have spread out that sentinel utility around the map. It's something that they love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. A bit of a sentinel duel over on Garage side. Drone.
तीन जने भी खेल रहे जी की. What a flash! Oh, thank God.
Aspas finding one before
Oh, nice Udo.
will hit the deck and
भाई
MIBR very much
Udo
slowing this
निकाल
one
लिया
down.
राउंड, वो अकेला ब्लाइंड नहीं हुआ था शायद.
Pulling the pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan is standing. This is so
मेरे को लगा तीनों ब्लाइंड हुए, तीनों ब्लाइंड हो.
not knowing when to make their move, but that's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site, and Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3.
ये क्या शूटिंग था?
Those are the types of things that I worry about for GE. The 4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time, it feels like they're in somewhat of a good position. Getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight. When they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site, they constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade.
Bro, he spammed. He was blind as well, chat. Even he was blind.
So much quicker and so much more understanding with these things.
Udatan still got him, and somehow finally they lost.
Throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time to crack on into the sites. You can't.
देखो double smoke में खेल रही है जी उधर.
So many sensors, so many trips to deal with. That's very cheeky. Using the dark cover to hide from the recon. Udatan on the walk down.
And he missed the peak.
Not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. MIBR now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by Aspas.
Not looking too good. 3-0. MIBR winning that bonus round just with the sheer force of them going quick, and a punish onto Javi. 3 of these players from GE, though, they understand what's going on. They're stacked onto this site. They've gambled, and it is a good gamble, but it's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here.
Udo, ek maar, nice shot!
Udo getting that first pick onto Oscar.
Nice shot, Udo!
Weird spot, making Udo get two.
Wow.
Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it.
Good
and now all
wall.
of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped
Nice.
by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno.
Ayyo, will he
The
expect
flank
him
coming
base
in
shot?
from
I
Autumn.
guess
He's
he will
actually
for
got a decent
sure.
timing to be attempting this clutch, uncovered on the side, but a little bit too late there.
Bro,
for Autumn,
Udo
the
played it
model,
so
as Verno
well.
gets off of that spike plant.
No body shoot
Not be
मार रहा है बे.
calibrated on. Always a little bit
Chibi.
annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot where it's needed, and that's completely punished there by MIBR, despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on MIBR, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but an op on Aspas.
I mean, 100% it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on
Yeah.
Lotus?
Op nikala hai Aspas
Really
ne
struggled
attacking.
to win any of them. Quicker C execute. Hunter's Fury to back it off, giving a lot of problems for Udatan. The Sova Dart scanning multiple players.
Wow.
And it's a complete decimation of the C site. MIBR changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting
Lo
for
bhai,
mistakes.
jeet gayi
This time it's
MIBR.
pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works a treat.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from
So, like,
Zeki and
bada
Aspas to get into
prediction
that fight.
lagaya
So,
hai.
with the util
Kick pe
usage, the
देखिए.
paranoia, the dart, everything just
जी बे
lined up
क्या
beautifully.
sad हो गया है chat ये
And
game
GE,
पे.
man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's. 4 on that C site. 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting into
Ay,
tower
ay, ay.
here. Double
भाई वो
sensors.
घुस के क्या मारे
Surely
भाई.
that doesn't work out for MIBR, dealing with both of them in just
Oh
an
my
instant.
God.
Perfection. Even both
They
of the
are getting
sensors were both
disobeyed.
checked perfectly by MIBR with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that.
Give
That's
me a
crazy.
little bit of cope. Can I at least save a van?
बस देखो ना आसपास ऐसे घुसेंगे ना तो GG है.
भाई अरे
Anything
बहुत
is
वो
big. Well,
अल्ट
they
वर्ल्ड
do
भी था
have
ना.
2 ults online. The Deadlock ult, they have the Neon
भाई
ult.
वरना
They could
10-0
use
है.
for something
Can we
fast.
at least kill Verno? Like 10 and
10 and 0 is
भाई वो मारने के बाद बॉडीज भी शूट कर रहा
That's
है.
kind of too
That's
हाँ
my
फुल
idea
टीबैक कर रहा है
right
फुल
there.
टीबैक.
Okay.
और टम ना 0-5 है.
GE Back on the Sheriffs.
ले तेरी ले.
Funnily enough,
Frost
were
को
one of
kick
the
करोगे
rounds
ले
where
ले.
They were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw and Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat.
Yeah, look at the rush, bro. They are pushing in so fast. Good kill.
Hand with Patman giving MLBR some serious problems, but that is pretty impressive for Mazino to
Bhai,
come up
Udokan
with
was
two,
the
given that
only
he's
hope
hit
to win this
entirely by
round.
the relay bolt. Nards' Fury connects on
Come
nothing.
on, bhai. Hut. Kaise mara?
Now 2 on 4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time for the spike and Aspas to slide onto the perfect line. Decent trade back from Harvey and almost a shot through the wall onto Verno there. But with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossfire, it's not even needed. Verno's just out in the open to get it done.
Come on,
MIBR.
come
I mean,
on.
you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the
G
choices
को-
from GE here on
G
this
को
round. Using 2
एक
ults
मैप जीतना है,
to try
एक
to
राउंड
turn it
जीतना है
around
ये
the Sova
ये
and
हाफ
the
में,
Neon, but it's just
फिर
working
अगले
out
हाफ
after
में
that Neon has dropped.
जो एक
Getting
attacking
scanned
half
for so
होगा
long
क्योंकि
by
ये
the
attacking
dart.
map है.
Mazino full stun,
G को
still
pistol
manages
जीतना
to
है,
get the pick on
फिर
Neon. It's just
बाय
not
जीतना है,
looking
फिर
too
बोन्स जीतना है,
hot.
खत्म,
Javi,
easy rounds.
knowing that and still using his ult, it's a little bit scary because
Winnable
now
है,
you're kind of
winnable है ये.
losing some sort of trap play potential that you have here. But
12-0
double
is
sense
साला
comp
ये.
on defense,
Varno.
they really need
Kitch and
to
kitch!
win some of
Kitch!
these rounds because it's so
मत
much
खींच, मत
harder
खींच.
on
कोई
that
reveal
attack
क्यों नहीं
side
हुआ?
with this kind of comp and now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming
बड़ा
online
हाथ
for
है
GE.
आपका तो
They're
Cypher
falling
जी.
back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for
Oh,
MIBR.
yo,
and a
Aspas
warning
को
shot
half
there onto
HP कर दिया
Aspas.
बे.
Flips the leg. Yudatana finding some early success here with this operator, and that's enough bravado to kind of push MIBR away to other avenues.
Grouped up back towards mid here for MIBR. They're aware of the op. The drone still online for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest site. Trying to go for a C split here. Mazino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
A shot from Yudatan. Little lapse of focus for just a moment. MIBR waiting for a mistake, which they're not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash
No,
on in for
देख
Aspas,
लिया
who's
भाई
straight
आसपास
out
ने
by
उसको.
Patman. Once again, the
Bro,
plant being
Patman देखो,
attempted by
Patman देखो.
Mazino.
Good eye.
Out comes
Come on,
the
pop it, pop
annihilation.
it.
Very much looking for a pick
कोई नहीं
here. I'm
पकड़
not sure
पाया.
if it even
Are you
connected.
serious?
Verno just
Omen, come
continues
on,
to come
nice.
up with the goods until Patman is able to
Wow,
come in towards that big
Mazino!
site. Down into a 2-on-2 now. Flank coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time
Finally.
over on C-Long. Finally finds his man. Zekin last alive inside of the
Nice!
site. And Crystal does a good job clearing
Finally!
it out. Finally around here for GE
Let's
on the
go!
defensive side.
G5
See how
time.
many more they can start to put together here, because this has not been the start that they were looking for.
Back on the board, and the main reason is
Be
it's
back,
the
be back.
back
छह round
of that
लेके चले गए ये लोग
operator
कब के.
for Udo, trying to get one of those picks, trying to go aggressive, get the line, and just punish them for playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the game. The walk up, the pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from MIBR, trying to punish that operator, and Mazino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there. The frags are finally there. And all of a sudden, back on the board. They're going to spot that Sova, though, with that drone. But the Waylay ult is out. That dart is coming down. Javi actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekin trade onto Crystal. And all of a sudden, Mazino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that site. Unfortunately, another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and time again. At least has the neural theft to work with, but I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside of A-Long and Heaven respectively, so that's not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's enough to convince Autumn to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to his Vandal and armor. An immediate reply here for MIBR is going to put significant pressure on GE's economy.
MIBR just
shot हुआ क्या?
making so much pressure on so
are
many
danger
different
form में आ
angles
गई.
for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal.
क्या हुआ?
Using that dart when they know that they're about to fight that A main, that A long, and just being annoying. And the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle in the corner. Just so many small things that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still running. It's just these small, insane micro things that are punishing GE. I actually feel like that round GE had a really good lead.
Time out.
Fighting
ओए
that
मेरे को ये
A-long
राउंड देखना है
fight.
देखते क्या हुआ
To get so many different.
Both of the players are inside of 18 yards.
Oh, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house, but Tex and Verno just wiping that sixes that are winnable for GE.
Aim का लफड़ा हो रहा है क्या?
In the mid rounds, unfortunately.
ओए वो वर्नो मरा कि नहीं अब तक? अच्छा राउंड तो जीते अपन.
That's the firepower.
G team भाई what the hell? Indian team, no Indian player. कहाँ खोएगा इंडिया का रिवैलो रिप्रेजेंटेशन?
Can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE.
अगले साल से सभी को equal मौका मिलेगा. Tension ना लो.
Some really good impact frags too, especially when he's on that B site. Usually being the player with the spike, able to just get on and get off. Able to use the paranoia at the right times. I really like to see how deep the playbook is too. Feels like for every little small situation, they have some sort of answer, some sort of protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it. Trying really hard to get that really fast double dive duelist to put in the work. But now GE going for this mid fight, and MIBR has run right into it. They're holding this mid.
इकोनॉमिकल राउंड है वैसे ऑटम के पास वैंडल है और ये घुस गया सेकंड और ये घुस गया आसपास और सब मर गए सब
all over those players whether he can see them or not. Plant going down in the safe position for MIBR here and Verno 15-1 spotting out the barrel of the gun.
ये ऐसा सामने एकदम डेंजर टीम आ जाता है ना वैसा लग रहा है
सिंगापुर के प्लेयर
And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round. Autumn
कैसे जंप कर रहे दोनों देख रहे हो?
हाँ ना भाई.
If Zeno didn't get it done.
शुभी दे रहे हैं भाई.
Bruno was ready to peek. That's kind of come on guys. Can't do.
अरे वर्नो से तो भाई मिस ही नहीं हो रहा शॉट यार.
ओए एजी वाला गेम 11-13 खत्म हुआ क्लच भाई वो लोग 11 तक आ गए थे.
They're so ready for every single fight.
That was crazy.
Absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good. Granted, it was a
little
bit of a
EWC में टीबैगिंग का फाइन नहीं है
just trying to buy
और टॉक्सिक वर्ड या कुछ भी किसी का भी फाइन नहीं है.
Around that rifle that they saved that last round. But
लरॉक तो कल बहुत कुछ बोल रहा था क्योंकि.
Gun round here.
ओ बीप कर रहे थे क्या वो लोग?
This will be a bit of cathartic one. I remember sitting
बीप कर रहे थे क्या?
cafe in Seoul.
बीप नहीं कर रहे थे वो लोग सुनने ही नहीं दे रहे थे वो चिल्लाते हुए दिखा रहे थे बस.
This is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn going to get tested. Not something that has been happening too much so far this game. Refract back.
रोजोज क्या जेवन ही करे? ए डुअलिस्ट चिमकांडी जैसा घुस रहे मच्छर. एक सेकंड वर्नो ने अल्ट में मारा. टेक्स गैरेज पुश करके आया. 2v2
playing inside of his fast lane, trying to buy time for Crystal to get involved here.
2v2 आ गया.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Plat.
Nice
Very
fight.
text to take because he does end up losing it. Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now. Spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable.
18
And Udo getting that final pick.
बच्चे की मस्ती ना रुकती.
Was a really good round from GE.
है पर मस्ती ना रुकती. देख रहे हो कैसे स्विंग करता है.
Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for so long, playing together, making sure that they're in those crossfires when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly.
अरे अच्छा यहाँ पे भी मारा उसने भाई.
चलाया था उसने
दो अल्ट में. बंटा उसने 2 अल्ट्स में मारे.
कोई क्या बढ़िया फॉलो अप था उसके प्लेयर के ऊपर.
Especially with their comp.
And G फिर भी राउंड निकाली. That's WWE.
Once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. Okay, we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic. Autumn once again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site. Has a little bit of help from the rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things. Let's go at least 1-for-1 on C, and we get fights on both sides.
बंटा ये क्या पीक किया मजीनों ने देखा तुम लोगों ने? भाई ऐसा पीक इतना कॉन्फिडेंटली भाग के क्रॉसर में पीक किया उसके.
Crazy how quick that was too. 4 players just grouping up here towards that A long. I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazina. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up towards this B site. Autumn is rotating in, is caught out.
Nice
Don't get
ult.
a pick. Gets so much damage down. That Sobal not gonna catch anymore. Autumn getting one.
Zekken को
but not
ult
before
मार
he
नहीं
gets
पाया,
dropped by
okay.
Zekken
कोई
and
बात नहीं.
Javi in this 1v2.
Winnable है, दोनों 1 HP है.
Yeah, time for a vintage Harvey clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side.
Plant गंदा है.
Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekken over towards the bottom side of C long there.
इसके बाद लेकिन स्मोक थोड़ी होगा.
MIBR lads will be very well aware of
बट
where
वो
Harvey's
ये
coming
साइड
from
पे
over here on
टैप
Storm
करके
side.
ना स्टिक कर सकता है.
Hasn't tapped the spike yet. Drone to work with.
Oh, yeah,
but not
elimination
really
है क्या?
the kind of clear
नहीं,
path
एक
for that
नीचे
to be
मैच
used at
मिलेगा
this
और
point.
एक और मिलेगा.
Comes the shot.
win 2 before losing 2.
तू बोल रहा था ना बेस्ट ऑफ 1 होगा और एलिमिनेट होगा सीधा.
नहीं, last year था, last year
to confirm that unfortunately Harvey is not on the spike yet.
इसका
and time is
playoffs,
really starting to tick
knockout
at this
है.
point. Trying to get the half. Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done. And Zekken is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1 there.
The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2.
Yo, this is
One
going
more round
diabolicifyingly
left
bad, Chad.
in this map. This is so scary for GE. I mean,
This
the
is
double sentry, it's
diabolicifyingly
not
bad.
working out for them. They're not able to hold on to these sites. They're getting picked off so easily by MIBR. They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence they have, especially with the momentum from that last game. And now,
Autumn, no on
looking
site,
like a
come on.
fast C split
तूने
here.
game
Sorry,
depression
C
दे दिया
execute
बे.
here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Uditan.
अयो, कुछ नहीं कर पाया. Shotgun भी caught हो गया है.
Inside of the cage, Mazino's made it into
He's
the
back on
site.
site.
And they are very tentative, trying to clear out this
Ayo,
bucket. That's
bro,
great
he
patience
tried
by
so
MIBR.
hard
Putman
to get
trying
that
make a
one
heroic
frag.
play straight through the dark cover.
I'll
Out
call
comes the
you Crystal
annihilation,
ne.
immediately
Oh
sniped
my
out by
god,
Aspas.
Aspas
And it's
sniped
just
in
Harvey
midair.
inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here. It's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly. Blast Cannon Guardian is not the tool for the job, and Mazino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2, double digits in the opening half. And look, honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here for the Pacific
G is
fans,
getting disseminated,
myself
bro.
included.
ओए not gonna lie bro, ये वो टीम है जो
19-3
रेना यूरो के अगेंस्ट हारी थी एनवी से.
I thought, when you said
Clove वगैरह से
19-3, I
हारी
thought
थी.
you were referring to the overall round tally
Nope.
so far in this series.
No.
It's close to that. It's close,
feels like it.
unfortunately. That's what I thought you were saying.
जिनो भी शूट
It's
कर
so
रहा है भाई.
painful. It's actually so painful.
Oh man, this is you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think yes, GE, they're struggling a little bit, but it's so many of these close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own. And the calls too have been really good. I'm really, really surprised by their strat book, by the playbook, how deep it is, and the way that MIBR is still avoiding and calling. Clearly, they have a lot more things that they want to call, but they're avoiding using it because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
पंत भाई ने 200 रुपए दिया लिखा है.
The Waylay jet
RNTX
is really doing
demerge ना
wonders
कर दे
here
ये
for
देख के.
MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic senses, a lot of the tricks in the setup by just good pathing in on the
ओए
edge.
चैट लेकिन ये ऑफिशियल तो नहीं हुआ है ना अब तक.
Saw actually a
ये
similar
official
kind of
तो नहीं
outcome
हुआ है
when we
ना.
saw KRX take on this GE squad earlier on in Pacific. They were able to use Jet really, really well to just avoid all of the double center util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same thing here to GE.
Not yet. वही. क्या पता भाई अब तक वो डील हुआ नहीं रहेगा. ऑफिशियल हो गया है. कौन बोला है?
I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good
Okay.
mood. That's it.
Thank you,
That's
Pant bhai, for the
one good
donship.
thing that we get out of this,
Awesome.
okay? And all the Americas fans.
Listen, this is the time for you to convert a little bit, you know? Like, jump on the MIBR train.
तो मुझे बताओ, तो अभी की जो जी की टीम है वो जाके RNTX ऑलरेडी X है ना? नहीं, और RNTX X पार्क है, XG हो जाएगा. ऐसा होएगा क्या?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They could do it.
और यही टीम यहाँ पे आएगी और INTS की जो पहली की टीम है वो जाके वो चली जाएगी.
They can prevent that.
Yo, G on attack, let's go win this round, Pistol!
Osboss is going to be on the site with
दोनों duelist उधर
Zekken.
खेल रहे
Here's all this information. Zekken going for his with that Sheriff, not connecting.
अरे वो text निकल गया नीचे.
Zekken gets another, but Dudra's coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekken gets a second kill.
Wow, Zekken might get these two, bro. Never mind. 2v2, दोनों 1 HP.
Together. That shock might do enough damage.
अरे
so lit, picking off onto Autumn and Javi in this one.
11-2 by the way.
Is not gonna win it out. Mazzino with that final
11-2.
kill. Inferno, man, these shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Inferno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty good on the Sova. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay getting a lot of value fighting from backside with the Sheriffs here. I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get up in the garage for a moment. They are very kind of, I wouldn't say afraid, but
three में
taking
end
a little bit
करेगी.
of time to get into that C site, unfortunately. And that's where the Sheriffs are having a lot of fun, picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of picking GE as they head in, this time less success for us.
No chance. Hell nah, no.
Seems like GE want to pick up the pace, but Mazzino's spamming away on his Spectre.
No.
Takes a lot of damage off the hero.
गाली सुनेगा तू क्यों सालो? Masters qualify हुए थे भाई.
Not enough HP, unfortunately. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR.
चलो top 5 बताओ. Top 5.
In the back of the site, all he could do was trade out the Omen before Vono cleans him up. 12-2 for MIBR. I think this might be a back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to
एक game पे judge करना तो tough है.
Get those picks, no trade on board.
They tried to trade him, but Unitard had like 10 HP.
वही बनता है coach changes.
300 damage getting into B.
कोच के वजह से impact तो पड़ेगा मेरे को लगता है भाई टीम पे.
ईंधन खत्म.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We're talking about Mazzino just being so good.
अब वापस ईंधन भरना पड़ेगा.
But this round,
Saikanan 100 रुपीस के लिए धन्यवाद भाई. ये क्या Zekken इधर ऐसा मार रहा है. अगर कोई चाइना या कोरियन टीम इनके अगेंस्ट खेला तो इनकी यड़ भग जाती है. क्या यार always against G.
Easy opener onto Udatan.
क्या मार के दे गया. देख चम्माट दे के गया भाई Zekken चम्माट.
Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods, so MIBR not even really feeling pressured enough to rotate.
13-2 दोनों games.
In a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Zekken and Verno
ये
to probably get the rest of this
है
round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
Thank you Saikanan for the huge 100. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the huge 100 मेरे भाई Saikanan.
The smoke's gonna come in.
What a swing.
The pick is gonna come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone.
Varno Jama.
It's gonna get slowly crunched. Autumn, Crystal trying to
wow,
work it
what
up
a
together.
double
They
peak.
get that
What
pick,
a double peak. That's the G I know. That's the G I believe.
They've gained that numbers advantage. Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here because these are the kinds of rounds that
चलो अच्छी बात है. At least
MIBR have been
last round में warm up हो गई ये G अगले game के लिए. That's W. That's W.
Great spacing and entries in from GE. I give MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in. The barrier as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grab net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all 3 players for MIBR. And Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up. And
like करिए दोस्तों, like करिए.
Pulls the grab net out, but I think he's better off
like करिए. We need 1 likes. We need 1 like to complete really 5 million likes.
By GE. They saw the opportunity. And they took it. Verno being left
alone and they conquered
anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's good to see that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going overextending, playing too needy. Like they need to get those picks, still taking their time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position because you have to snowball. You have to snowball the economy. You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp.
BO3 है, yes. BO 33 लिख रहा है ये बेशरम. I think 13-5 हो सकता है.
So much information with those tricks.
Lassi bro, lassi.
All the way back. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one because MIBR is actually going to face them for an A-lobby fight.
Go. Udatan having a little bit of a think about taking that, but the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up into C now. This is where Tex, fantastic rotation on the opening map on the Cypher. quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shotgun.
Alright, nuste util dum.
That wall's gonna go down. Really annoying.
Budodan 1 HP ho gaya.
Mentioned earlier. And this post plant, they're trying to keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5v5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much site control. But Autumn playing towards that backside. The TP comes in. Patman getting one, but Mazzino.
Wow, what a retake! How did Mazzino get one on top there, bro?
And no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
Progress ki at least.
Back-to-back stomps here.
Progress ki at least.
Coming into
Udhar
EWC 2026 with a vengeance. You can see.
भाई देखो प्रोग्रेस अच्छा था.
क्या खेल रही टीम हेरिटिक्स देखो.
प्रोग्रेस अच्छा था क्लच भाई. पहला मैप
दो अगले मैप 3.
Yep.
That's big. Next game में 4 तक आ जाएंगे.
Kind of the cherry on top. That is exactly what GE's comp is meant to be good at. They get into a 5-on-5 post plan. All of the Sentinel utility down and MIBR just retake with 4 players alive.
किसके against?
Heretics are इसके loser के
Absolutely
against.
insane in MIBR, just proving themselves.
ये लोग ने अभी
They're
Heretics को
more than
दिक्कत दे
just
दी
a
थी.
super team. Every single player knows how to play together really well, which is the one thing that I feel like MIBR was missing for a long time.
Thank you for the $200 भाई. G को best of 3 in terms of rounds लगा होगा first map
and
पे.
they're still active in the server.
Is Verno always this greedy, calling strategies so he can go 21-4?
No, he just does that naturally.
He just
वो
does it.
IGL है. Literally Verno IGL है. उसने one side हराया G को. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yaar. That was bad. That was actually bad. अब G वर्सेस हैकरेटिक्स होगी दोस्तों. G हैकरेटिक्स वर्सेस AG चल रही है यहाँ पे. G हेरेटिक्स ने पहला मैप ऑलरेडी जीत लिया है.
क्या ये बात सच है कि नो फ्रॉस्ट नो जी?
भाई I feel एक ऐसा बंदा होना जरूरी है भाई जो जब टीम सो रही है तब वो जग के सामने वाले टीम्स के अगेंस्ट पढ़ाई करे और स्ट्रेट बढ़ाए.
क्या बढ़ाए स्ट्रेट? मतलब स्ट्रेट क्या होता है?
स्ट्रेट होती है ना स्ट्रेटजी.
It's going to be way higher when it comes to those round ultimates.
तो
you already see it round 4
उस
and it's being used
एस्पेक्ट
basically
में
secure.
फ्रोस्ट काफी
The only
पेशेंट लगता होगा था मेरे को.
Pangia has got off to a slow start in the sense that he's just been diffed 2 rounds in a row.
चलो फिर G versus full sense होगा ना जब.
Continue all the way through. And if you remove
तो क्या ये कंफर्म है कि फ्रॉस्ट भाई अभी फुल सेंस में गए?
दिखे तो है.
He has just basically double entry this round.
Imagine अब फ्रॉस्ट पैटमैन को ब्रोफिश नहीं करेगा. Yo, that will be crazy. That will be crazy.
Total prize pool कितना है इस पूरे EWC का?
2 million.
The Phoenix as well,
नहीं,
but
I saw
that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds. So I'm definitely
पूरे
going to
600 million.
goes down
बहुत
early.
ज़्यादा होता
Are
है.
they still going to be as
75 देखा
impactful?
था मैंने.
उससे भी ज़्यादा
Oh,
होगा.
they forced Fangir back.
चैट कितना होता है? 600 करोड़ होता है ना? 600 मिलियन
As
नहीं.
you've said, been diffed in both fights.
मतलब ऐसा है कि तुमको बस 2 e-sports टीम के वाटर बॉय बनना है.
To help him out.
एक लैम्बो और एक घर आ जाएगा दुबई में.
Kira obviously is the stinger. Buys come in with a sheriff.
टाइटल चेंज करते हैं. आ जाओ ये मैच का प्रेडिक्शन लगा दे. ये मैच देखते हैं.
Saving those credits through.
एसेंट देखना पसंद है मेरे को.
So Heretics have an easier time here. We've seen this before. They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb, like expect a lot more of these slower rounds when those ultis aren't online, trading utility for orbs.
You don't know this. I don't eat sugar now.
Picking 45 seconds. It's also a sort of mixed bag.
Yeah,
so
match
the lower the time gets, I feel like the better it is for all gamers, especially them not giving up anything in terms of those opening picks. They're also walking into Kira, who's been very good so far. Paranoid, looking to delay, but caught.
Kush Maharaj, Kush Maharaj, Phoenix खेल रहे हैं.
Again, it's a little bit late, but does manage
भाई
one
फंगीर
now.
भाई को देखने में यो गर्क.
GRQ.
भाई ये लोग बहुत अच्छे एमर्स हैं.
Precision seems to be
shot गर्क.
the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least to trade it back.
Might just
give them the
bomb
bomb
they
need to clear.
Agga bhai mar chuke
They've done that with ease, but again,
with one.
a second life
1v1.
given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far.
Ah,
Shrimp is able to just
winning
sit
the round.
and wait for
Bhai ye
reends.
gar kya shoot karta hai?
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble.
उधर बेंजी ने शूट कर
And he
दिया
gets
था.
out of dodge right away.
65 million price pool है chat. 65 million इसमें rupees में कितना होता है?
But this is when we talk about on the
घर
heritage
क्या शूट
side,
करता है बोले और मैंने देखा उसने बेंजी के आजू बाजू क्या किया.
You see it very much on the other side as well. It's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
650 crore.
At least from some of the stuff I saw in the qualifiers, I'm pretty sure it was Khelraay and GRQ playing the opposite
इतना
roles.
पैसा
but
कैसे कमाते
I
रहे
can
लोग?
definitely understand why they've made the switch if that is the case. Move
dash.
Both players.
Easy
towards
defense. Easy defense.
Short getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as well. So the defense have so much information and so much of a player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, well, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? Nope. No, this was a fall by. This was everything invested, and yeah, all gamers have made it look like an eco.
1v4.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple, it is going to be a
ओए
flawless
इसमें
round
last
for
player
all
standing
gamers
ऐसा
to
सब
put
नहीं
them
आता क्या?
4-2.
I don't know bro.
And
हाँ
you see
शायद
a
नहीं
lot of
आता.
risks being taken there by Heretics, like
मेरे को ही
Benji
बोलना
walking
पड़ेगा
up
फिर,
on
ठीक है,
mid,
कोई बात
popping the cage on the trap. The rotates hadn't come through. There was no panic on the defensive side. They won their fights with ease, and so they're still very much close.
हर्ष भाई तुमने आज तक जी को जीतते हुए देखा ही नहीं है ना शायद?
Trap activated.
एक बार देखा है.
एक बार देखा होगा.
I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player
Girmana,
you are like a heavy curse.
rupees on super chat. Thanks
I
भाई.
like the change up as
आपके
well.
वजह
Like I
से
said,
double
Fangir's been
rank up हो
struggling
गया.
with that early
वाह वाह
A-side
वाह.
fight.
क्या बात
So
है
they
भाई.
just swap him to B.
क्या
They
बात
put
है.
the double duelist over on short. So that when there's
Congratulations
the
मेरे भाई
aggressive
Girmana.
burst, there's two players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaras in their tracks, and that's exactly what they do.
ऐसे ही है bro.
A nice change,
मेरे को
but then
देखते
go
रहो.
back to
Rank up होते
the
रहेगा.
default once again.
Eco में attack
But of
Heretics
course,
करती
for
हुई.
the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play with, a dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he
Shot
will be dealt with.
Benji.
He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaras has also managed to find a gun. And Boo's managed another kill.
It was risky playing that close to
I never
spawn
played
with the
Inca.
spike. Could have caused issues, especially with the blaze wall already gone, but now a 3v2. The chance to move together. The timing here, a little bit off from Bai. They're both going to wrap up quite quickly. It's being watched, but the shot's not landing, and Fangir
Bro, Fangir
now
got
the chance, but he is on
1v1.
10 HP. One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs to land the heady.
क्या है में ये? क्या है में ये?
Continuing to
ये
put
क्या
up
है
Press your
his
name, baby.
defense.
I sort of mentioned it. The reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those two early fights was how good he had been in that
What
previous
in the
map, especially
freaking
with
world
their
is that
comeback.
aim?
And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just
QCK का
waking
छोटा
up
भाई
in the
लगता है.
last map, you're
ये वाली
seeing
stream में
the
game का
level
volume
of
थोड़ा
what
कम
some
लग
of
रहा
these
है ना?
individual players can hit over on the side of all
Fangir
gamers.
पहले भी
But
AG
already, I
में ही
believe
था.
that's their 5th round on the defensive
कब
side.
से
गर्क
They're
और
looking good in
फंगीर
this
दोनों ना.
half.
Yep.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I
Bye, Nita,
absolutely
bye.
cannot
Bye,
blame them.
ne.
I do think second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be exactly short on difficulties.
MIBR का कब
No,
से
if
start
anything,
होगा?
this comp looks almost built for the attack. Like, because if you had
2 minutes of silence. जो लोग MIBR वर्सेस G देखने आए हैं. जी वो एक बेस्ट ऑफ 3 गेम था. कभी कभार ओटी पे ओटी वाले गेम्स 1 घंटे के ऊपर चल जाते हैं. यहाँ 2 मैचेस बेस्ट ऑफ 3 का मुकाबला खत्म हो गया 1 घंटा आधे घंटे के अंदर.
rounds they have when they go there. Right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
जी भाई जी.
Yeah. For all
मैच देखो, देखना है तो. नहीं तो मत देखो मेरा क्या.
Up against the full buy again. Tour de force used up, and well, he's going to bail out right away. Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage, a few points of health off, but
Ajay, gym जा रहा है जाओ.
No, absolutely
नहीं जाना मत जाओ मेरा क्या.
Aggressive positioning and okay.
और मौकुश महाराज के pre-fire में आ गया वो.
Aggressive position.
अगला Wood
Wood's been able to trade, or get traded, I should say. Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Koshmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight, still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn. And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear. And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game. And that is mission success. Although Shrimp's going to go down, that exit through main's never kind. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh my god!
Oh. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
भाई, मेरे को क्या लगता है मालूम?
Look at him.
ये इस माहौल में खेलने की वजह से ना जहाँ पे क्राउड नहीं है ये वो है
Very shallow breaths.
उस वजह से ये लोग अंडर प्रेशर होके बहुत अच्छा एम करके खेल सकते हैं वाओ ये वो यार भगा दी भाई वो कीड़ा की
He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things.
Oh, with a beautiful trade, 3v2.
That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaras. The plant still. Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got around and he runs right into the sightlines of
2v2 ला दिया.
Great work.
पंगीर के क्रॉसर में आने वाला. Nice shot. 1v4 to 1v2.
And Boo now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door.
What did he do?
Both players are up there.
Boo ने क्या किया ये? Oh my god, that was horrific.
Is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. Talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror, and you mentioned it. Perfectly placed shock dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon. They're not going to be right in our face immediately. They never even got to plant.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2.
Gentleman Sheila hai.
The pressure was put on from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. And the short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost.
भाई ये अच्छा खेल रही है यार.
Orbs found a run it back online for the next and 7-3. This is a fantastic turnaround from all gamers. And Heretics, even if they want to make this close at the halftime, they're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake. Like just look at it. You got Fangin now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. He was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even like look down the board a bit. Like Akira's had hella impact throughout this game so far. 7-3.
Crazy game chal raha.
Again,
I don't think so.
7-5, and we're talking about this as enough rounds to potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round.
audience होगी पता नहीं bro. मेरे को लगता है finals में ही होगी सिर्फ.
Not onto the deep player of Koshmaras, run it back online and available for both sides. For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those ultimates with that early pressure. Some of those, I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control, and now the ult has to be used by Koshmaris. They're just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills is working. A very dangerous ult dealt with
this
right
ruse
off
hasn't
rip,
worked.
and now there's a snake in the grass that they have no idea about.
But Hackerix lost क्यों खेल रही है?
And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
Oh, they don't need to do anything at this stage.
Oh, nice shot. Oh, nice shot, Kira.
Heretics threw in that run. Kira! That was the goal. We're going to drag people in. Look, Koshmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked away their run back
the stream lagging? No, it's
the
not.
site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split him from behind. Well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense where they went from A short. You had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B. This is great. The Odin up top.
Oh my God, Woot!
Nice shot by Woot. As Kira falls,
nice shot.
It looks like Woot might have found his
Woot भड़क गया ना, Woot भड़क गया बे.
Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish forward on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but the rest of the squad is cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition.
निकालेगा. Odin 5 खरीद के रखा है भाई ने. Oh, they are holding him.
Onto that left side, Jenny. It's always a danger.
There's a drone.
When you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
And while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find the spams, and waiting on the other side will be 2 players. Heretics
I believe
able to find a semblance of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
He's come back.
We came in highlighting Koshmaris. We came in talking about that Phoenix and how much impact it can have. And in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Woot was on fire on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics is slowed down. But GRQ continues to carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got the opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the same one just before.
Do you guys want me to play Valorant?
Yeah, so it's kind of like it's.
Should we play Valorant?
Him finding a pick, it just looked like they were completely flat, and then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side. Like you look at GRQ in this map and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not. It's very difficult to get as much value as he's finding, even when you do have the run it back, because sometimes you're going to throw that on a retake, it gets absolutely nothing, and you're sent right back to where you were. But he seemed to have impact on it every single time. That's an impressive performance from GRQ. And now, when you think about it, which side of the map's easier to get the orbs on? It's the attack. So he might be able to do even more in this second half.
Yeah, आप लोगों को G2 versus
doesn't really seem to be
G2 versus Nongshim देखना है.
Maybe the second half has something special.
G2 versus Nongshim इसके बाद है.
This is where all gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense, and here in Ascent, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out.
By the way, Team Heretics defending champion hai.
This composition, it's just strange to see, just generally speaking. But when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even comment on comebacks anymore, because it's already been the case in the last map that a massive streak of rounds.
Gaming?
Yeah, I definitely agree. We could see now both
teams G2 versus Nongshim भी देखने का मन है रे.
Opposing side or the opposing.
G2 versus Nongshim देखने का मन है बहुत ज़्यादा.
And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defenders' way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map? Are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back room.
अगर third map गया ना, third map गया तो खेलते, ठीक है?
Right away in that corner.
अगर third map गया तो खेलते.
Heretics have a plan though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Koshmaras for Wu to continue forward, but they see nothing. Trap on the floor that's soon to be broken. Otherwise, no
full dominating music.
Sight or a sound to be found.
ये बंद होगा music की नहीं?
Up on short, 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo.
Oh, spam कर दिया भाई पूरा घर को.
As well, but that position. Oh, the position spotted. Run.
Gets out there without a lick of damage. It's been a weird one.
Bye. Heretics को defense में जीतना होगा. अगर हम लोगों को वो मैच जल्दी देखनी है. Oh shit. Reels with a beautiful trade, bhai.
They've at least managed to clear that position quickly on the Heretics side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close. Riens does well, but again, this
nice shot, yaar.
Another double, another push towards his ultimate.
अरे माँ वो एक और मार दिया.
One man in Koshmaras.
अबे जीत गए लोग.
Destroy कर रहे हैं लोग बे.
खत्म है, खत्म है. खत्म है ये गेम ही खत्म है.
Now 9-4 in the lead.
गेम ही खत्म है ये. नहीं हो रहा इनसे.
A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that defensive
background music
side
बंद क्यों नहीं
and
करते?
being able to put up that strong of a play. It meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward.
भाई लोगों ने प्रोडक्शन जो दिया है ना चैट
from there on out, but
वो बहुत diabolical सा दिया है.
That's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence.
Champs में तो Paris भी हुआ है.
Phoenix now 3 out of 6 orbs.
Champs में Paris हुआ है बराबर है.
Eco as well with all those orbs to be fought for. But the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics first full buy might not be very easy.
Yeah.
पैर नीचे रख. घुटना रिवील मत कर. ओए चलता क्यों है मेरे घुटने से पद्दू?
You are hoping for this to be a 2-0. You almost kind of feel like Heretics might need to do a bit of damage in this round.
Take flight.
But if this map is
और माँ उसने जला नहीं पाया
all
उसको.
gamers are not going to give them the time of day, and it almost feels like
ऐसा
one
खेलूंगा
of
अगली
the
बार.
real goals in this round
अगर
might
सामने
just
वाला
be
सोच
not
इससे
to
ड्रोन
die
करेगा ना
to
उसके मुंह पे
GRQ.
वॉल फेंक के
Because the
मारूंगा.
guy's been insane, but also he's 3 off having his ultimate available to him.
ओए कॉट हो गया था
Koshmaras up against the disappearing. I like the
चार
totem
जन
pole.
हाइलो लगा
It
इधर.
is 4 different
वो लोग AP पिक करने
variable
वाले.
heights. GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and face into this one. Paranoia, flash. Well, it
टूट
seems
गया.
like they might have been
पूरा
aware
क्रॉस
of
फायर
the
टूट गया
potential of
बे.
something this
भाई
dangerous
हेवन
and
पे 2 जन आ गए. अरे
already
जी क्या
deciding
मचारी
to look
भाई.
A bit worrying. Nice damage though.
और
Couple
ये
of players
pick-
dropped and
ये पिक इनका है.
eventually,
हेरेटिक्स का.
yeah,
वाह
it is
जी
GRQ.
वाह वाह
He's
वाह.
now one
घंटा
away
पिक.
from having that run it back online.
Yeah, that won't be too hard to find at the start of a round. If you decide to play
मेरे कहने का मतलब
direct
Paris
coming
में
into
champs
this
हुआ
one,
है.
Heretics again could have to batten down the hatches right off.
बहुत जल्दी आपका कहने का मतलब आ गया.
नहीं नहीं अरे वो बीच में फोन आ गया था किसी का उसको अच्छा मस्ती में मुहैया कर रहा था.
need to do anything else at this rate.
वो किसी ने wrong number लगा तो बोला
especially with that second lease of life. Heretics from map 1. We saw it though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like that one round to close out Haven didn't solve any problems. We're still in this same simulation where all gamers have complete control. Right away, Buys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another man advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they got this one locked out. They didn't see the Omen. They didn't spot the Omen on sight. That drone didn't
Short
see
move.
He's able
Short
to
move,
get
do
a
Madi.
chance still for Heretics. One small mistake, a glance to the right, and this could be secured. A massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they
कैमरा में
go.
इतना जल्दी दिख जाता है यार कि उन लोग राउंड जीत गए.
वही बेंजी नाचने लग
Heretics
गया.
cling to life, and as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the site that made all the difference. The openers that came through for all gamers were fantastic. The individual excellence, but it is a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break back round, that was up against a weak bye. It was Fangi using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round.
Myson chat का message feature निकाल दिया, क्या बात कर रहा है?
Be a solid purchase,
वो
but I
chat,
guess at
ये
least
जो अंडे है, नया जो भी चीज है उसका.
I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be
वो
happy
अंडे
to
का
have
क्या
that
scene है
round,
भाई?
to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers, and we saw a lot of success from them with that wrap up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread by the defense. And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to.
वो अंडे ना, उनका कुछ तो.
There's no way he bypassed the drone.
सामने अगला है ना अगला.
Instead, they're going to go the
वो
other way.
अरे माँ team flash हो
Dodge,
गया.
but it doesn't matter.
अगला एजेंट.
GRQ just cleaner with it. He was down to
सेंटिनल
7
आएगा और वो
HP,
अंडे है ना अंडे. वो
get a
फूट
little
के
bit of
मुंह
health
पे
back.
फ्लैश कर देंगे.
Ooh, is playing on the edge of this
वो
smoke.
क्या
Maybe
कर
a
रहा
little
भाई?
bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one again. GRQ is just flying. This guy has been on fire all the way through the map, and it doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
जी हार गई क्या?
Hard work
नहीं.
is still to be done.
ये हो गया वो मैच. Surrender.
We'll secure a plant.
MIBR नहीं
Outlaw
किया.
will be one shot onto either of these players.
No,
and a
nice
headshot from
shot,
Kira
यार,
secures
क्या
a kill.
clean
Secures
मारते
the
भाई ये
advantage
China
as
के लोग.
Rian's now up against the
अरे
odds.
अरे अरे अरे.
The spam is about as good as it
अरे
could get,
माँ.
but Kira there to secure a big lead for all gamers. 11-5.
मुर्गी
on the
आई
board
आएगी
right
या
now,
सेंटिनल?
and
ये क्वेश्चन
considering this
पूछा है
is
ना
Team
भाई ने
Heretics
बराबर.
map pick, it's certainly not off to a good start.
No, for sure.
अभी तो ये गेम में इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है.
This would be the sort of more favored of the two
Heretics का ही है.
maps. I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that
क्या map pick में
that
इतना
might
अच्छा
have
मार
even been
रहे
the
हैं
map
भाई?
that they picked.
Wow.
If they didn't think that they could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent, it's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9. Well, I think Shrimp would be there with him. He's 15-6.
बारिश आ गई, मैच कैंसिल हो गया. हाँ सही बात.
Game. Heretics are. It's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row?
एक बंदे ने किक पे ना अकाउंट बनाया. I am हाइड्राफ्लिक नाम का. और वो आईडी लेके मुझे डीएम किया, में चैट किया. उसने लिखा है भाई मैं हाइड्राफ भाई हूँ. खेलो मेका. मैं पोटैटो को बुलाता हूँ.
You can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
A lot of space taken.
Bye.
When you're up against pistols.
अभी बू भाई का
One is going to be found for Team Heretics to put us
even.
It's certainly not even in
भाई
terms of the
Heretics
weapon.
comeback
It's
करेगी.
going to have to be some big
मेरे को मुश्किल लग रहा है.
towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through. Kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Okay, now there's at least 3 here. And Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris. But yeah, all gamers know what's just happened. And then they're leaving. They're bailing.
All
With Boo
gamers
on
is
the other
just
side,
too
only
good.
having a bandit. It's a good position, but one, they'll expect it. At least suspect it.
भाई मेरे को तो लग रहा है all gamers जीतने वाली है. And G versus Heretics होने वाला है.
Risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could
इस गेम में जो हारेगा वो Heretics G के against खेलने वाला है, by the way.
It almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back. And sure, Woot has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're re-aggressing. This team is not shying away from a fight. They will trade things back. They need to get a move on. It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this.
वो एक को मारा. Oh nice. कोशमारा एक को लो किया, मारा नहीं. अच्छी बात है. Non-violence.
Everything for the squad, and that time has been ticking all the way through.
Oh, he has to stick it. He has to stick it now.
Be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through, and instead is stripped to close. 12-5. Sure, both attackers go down, but they're not going to care.
No, I think the economy is in a pretty decent position. And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can lose.
Well.
They can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
वाला बहुत diabolical tackle का.
Oh, what a brilliant time to take a tactical pause.
Yes, you've always said it as well. 12-5.
भाई पिछले गेम में एजी ने ये same time पे टाइम आउट लिए थे.
Yeah, no, that's why I said in the last
What
round.
the hell?
Time to take a tactical pause.
यहाँ से टाइम कम बैक करके डायरेक्ट 12-11 कर दिया था.
Probably so angry.
क्या Heretics कम बैक करेगी दोस्तों? आइए prediction लगाए.
Equally as screwed as all games.
अच्छा prediction लगा हुआ है. मैं तो भूल ही गया. लमाओ.
Had a very impressive comeback. I don't believe that Heretics will be able to do that.
The thing was, in the last one,
Nah, Emmet ka game crazy hone wala hai. Emmet XLG.
And also here as well.
He hasn't killed his half.
3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for all gamers, I don't think it's that, oh, what happens if GRQ stops? Well, Shrimp is 17-6. Bangier's 12-7. Like, there's no shortage of individuals online right now for all gamers. So it's not a case like it was last time of, what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more.
Oh, yo!
Yes, nice opening. It's by down and out, and GRQ
रुका दिए, पूरा रुका दिए.
with Booz also covering the space on short perfectly. And Hunter's Fury.
क्या बात है Boo? क्या बात है? Outer played, bro. He outer played him.
This is where the
last
comeback
play
begins.
is standing.
I always believed. Shrimp being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities.
Phantom उठा लिए भाई ने.
And Heretics kind of just have to go
क्या
at this
यहाँ
point.
पे
It's an all-or-nothing position.
कुछ निकलेगा.
Like, still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to all gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like, even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure until you get close. Because you're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back, I think it's the second you start to believe that then the pressure.
What's outer played blood? What's outer played blood? Outer played blood. Outer played blood म्हणजे outer played मतलब सामने वाले को outer play करना, येड़ा बनाना.
That was broken, well, multiple times. Once
comeback
EWC,
incoming. Oh what?
when they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved
from the
forever.
back.
But the fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses go out the window. And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance at a title defense, I wanted to see them come out hot in the groups. And I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up-and-coming team who almost did it so many times. And yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there.
अगला राउंड दिखाओ अभी. जाइला 2 साल उसने सेव करने में लगा.
That title, that's something.
और इसका चेहरा दिखाना बंद करो. अरे उसका ही चेहरा दिखा रहे भाई बका.
Coming to this event.
आगे भाई.
They have got you've got a target on your back, and they're more than happy to hit it. 6
इको राउंड आ गया एजी का भी.
In a row for Heretics.
ये सेटअप एक नंबर है साइफर का, मेरे को पसंद आ गया.
It's going to be so much harder, but at least.
Oh, Benji is speaking that.
The amount of impact Phoenix
he
can
almost
have on
whiffed
those
it, I guess.
run-throughs is crazy, and that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh shit, he can't. उसने ult waste कर दिया अपना.
Bangir gone.
उसने अपना ult waste कर दिया.
Has been retrieved. Woot's
Heretics
aggressive
come back.
positioning this time does pay dividends.
Heretics come back. 12-12.
I don't know if he's going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy. This round feels like more of a gimme with.
I don't think so.
The weaknesses that were there for all gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like, have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way. Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal
Oh
is
my god, Benji got one और एक को low कर दिया है.
Nice. Bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
As it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but believe certainly isn't
सच
here
में 90
just
किलो के
yet.
हाँ.
Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form, but good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm gonna say.
I like the sending out a main aggression.
Woot early game jaga hua tha, abhi so gaya
Instead
वापस.
of having Woot there with the operator, he's going to be going looking for them on short, and yeah, that smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen.
Oh shit!
Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way,
ये flash के साथ dash करने never mind. Woot with a beautiful shot.
And then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris, who's just been
wow, beautiful by Heretics.
Very well executed. GRQ finds himself in that same boat.
अच्छा तुमको पता है यहाँ पे एक एस मारने पे एक मिक्सी मिलती है
See why they wanted to have this operator in play. It just adds another dynamic.
और दो मारने पे एक माइक्रोवेव.
Two players about to come up.
क्यों ऐसा?
Another pick coming through for Woot. Him waking up definitely makes this a little bit more interesting.
ये इसमें गेम में.
And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt.
What the hell is bro happening?
Almost like these guys had a pact that the second a pause is taken at 12.
What is happening?
You're going to slow everything down. You're going to really
Captain
go
Kunkan में क्या खाया? उधर हम लोगों ने Kingfish, Surmai और कुरकुरे चिकन और
30-second save.
भूल गया.
It does make
अरे ये बात पे save करता है.
Team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the two players that go to push it, quite staggered going through those battles. And gives the opportunity for Woot to find one. He even manages to cloudburst his way out, run back to short, and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup. After he dashed to the left instead of the right.
Oh, do they get to keep the guns? This is going to be important for them to
I guess
have
इसको थोड़ा
something
छोटा
going
करके
into
ऊपर
the
कर
next
सकते हैं.
round. And
अगर जल्दी दिखाना ही है
We'll
तो.
never know. I guess we'll never know.
Who knows? Well,
Huh?
maybe we'll be able to tell by
वो जो
what
banner
weapons
है?
they have going into the next one. But
true that.
I'm
True
going to say
that.
they did hold
Fight
on to
नहीं
their
दिखती
guns
भाई.
Okay.
based on absolutely nothing at all. Which is always a good way to come in with information. But, you know.
I'll believe you then. So
मेरा intuition अलग है.
अलग है
I
तुम्हारा.
don't even think it would be struggling with the save guards. I think they had maybe one or
किस चीज को
two
लेके
players
भाई?
that could rebuy, so there might still be a piece missing anyway.
बस ऐसे ही.
But
बस अलग है.
at least gives them something to play
बताना
with.
था.
I see something in the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here.
Time out आ गया AG का.
Still
फट चुकी है उनकी.
I'll see it in a moment.
Yep, they are cooked.
Yeah, still one left
तो
out.
मेरा नया प्लेयर आया है.
इसमें नया प्लेयर?
4-round
एमिट
gap.
में कौन है वो नया
Definitely the time to
करली
pull
बाल
this into
वाला?
play.
Kellogg's है क्या
Let
वो?
another two go by
Kellogg's
and
Cornflakes,
see where we
yes.
stand, but I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take
Kellogg's
this super direct
Cornflakes.
approach again. And Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there.
Kellogg's
As we've seen
Cornflakes.
before, this composition from All Gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to hold on to the weaponry. And they're going to kind of like half buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could
चलो ये round के लिए time out लिया
It's
है.
going to be playing on
तो,
a lurk on the other side of the
I
map.
guess
and
now
then
it's
the
a
rest of the
GG
players
chat.
looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure put onto him, but
I guess now it's a GG.
without that initial contact going their way, they're now going to run back to the other side of the map, trying to get the ultimate online for GRQ, who is now one away.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only one man.
Not head भाई ने 100 रुपए दिया लिखा है. हेलो कल यहाँ पर एक हजार गए. हाँ भाई close game हुआ ना कल तो बहुत. तो it's okay bro, it's okay.
All gamers were to go quite direct.
Wins a win, lose a lose.
Immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some
Close game
aggression
था
out of
वो.
Heretics. They're taking
They
a
still have
long
chance. They are
time
not
to
out of
clear
the
mid,
EWC,
assuming
FG,
someone's in a
HIK,
ratty little corner.
LMP.
You can't blame them after what they saw on short.
Time with a
few rounds
huge
ago.
art red not head by.
Expecting Woot to go swinging.
Oh my god, अग्गा भाई. अभी एक और मारेगा. ओए.
As well. And somehow he's managed to
my
take 2
god,
kills, but
इसने
this is
round
all
निकाल
rules.
दिया.
This is the bait. They're trying to go back in
अबे
the
इसने
other
round
direction. In
निकाल दिया
fact,
भाई.
he's now kind of facing even in towards their spawn. Riens has been revealed. 25 seconds left, and there's still 2 players within the back of this B site.
20 seconds.
They
20
have
seconds.
done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now. They need to get a move on in towards this side. Benji sitting. The wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly and tripped again. Might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny. That's at least one for Wu.
He almost did it.
Two more players that he needs to deal with. Operator
लेन देख रहा है वो ऊपर. इसके पास smoke नहीं, updraft नहीं है.
Makes a mistake. A slight step forward. That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it. Even looks for the contact.
No 10 rounds.
Then Heretics managed.
Yeah, not quite letting them close the distance all the way to 1, but
भाई वूट अगर वो जल्दी मार देता.
This map, I was counting them out. For Heretics,
उड़ी के मार गए.
they've had a decent start. The composition I didn't think was going to work.
Duelist Khelraay, what?
The aggressive plays with success without Heretics
ये क्लच
punishing
भाई. ये क्लच भाई 5 गेम एक साथ देख रहे. 5 गेम एक साथ.
Anyway, trying his luck against Martin, not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysor having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysor doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3.
XLG versus damage.
For Leo to be able to tune out.
Direct match change.
This round, gentlemen.
एक मैच खत्म नहीं हुआ, दूसरा मैच change. Let's go.
Retake coming in, they were so ready with that flood. The fight towards mid as well.
हर्ष भाई इनका IGL duelist खेलने लग गया और Bippo Viper
here for Gentlemates, very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnantly, which
Bro,
used
what?
to be a problem of theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martine.
Break डालो, अरे predictions के भूखे.
Looks really good for them. And for Sheila,
मेनू क्या है? मैं डालता
what can
हूँ.
you do at that point when the retake is just so good? The flood is there. Doesn't really matter. But now guns on the board for Gentlemates and Khelraay. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs or with these pistols on the side of A main.
Now Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Khelraay Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently, you see if maybe someone from Gentlemates to walk on through into shops.
Martin Neon खेल रहा है. Frosh ये नया player है. Check Frosh.
Flash on in. 4 members have already approached, but Mini just makes short work of the defense so far. Lysor will respond with 1 into star, so the rest of the Gentlemates will start to bring their forces through eventually. Hathaway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here for XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here. Big shot from Raga. Secondary available.
Shot!
Doesn't quite get the third, but puts himself in a great position and maybe gets a Lysor. But if he's still a rifle there.
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates knowing what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in 1 by 1, not clearing those close angles.
Bro.
It's kind of detrimental for them.
That was it a 3v5, I believe? Yeah, it was. Start with a 3v5. These 2 disgusting shots, Martin. Obviously
What
behind the smoke.
a round that was!
The upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysor really makes a lot with that.
And now the tides have been turned in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close angle.
ये मैप पे फिनिश तो बड़ा भलता ही एजेंट लगता है. कलासुना भी खेल रहा था. कलासुना भी एस मारा था.
Doing a good job, playing passive, the way that
RRQ का तो भूत बनाई हुई 100 थी.
Defaulty setup. They
one side game.
want to do anything.
One side. भाई मोनिया के जाते ही खत्म हो गया उनका गेम.
मुझे छोड़ दिया.
Giving up that full
अभी उसकी जगह जान खेलता है.
Really nice stuff.
ए यार अभी वो किधर जाएगा?
क्या पता.
See Khelraay even pinging over towards Belvis and recon in that direction. A little bit concerned about trap setups coming through from Gentlemates, and obviously we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves. 3 entries onto A. They'll find the clean side here.
कि G versus MIBR match was like Usain Bolt का race.
Find out the bad news in short order here, but still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this.
Well,
obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate coming in. Fast clearing, and now they have the option to go through for that flank, making sure they're taking over 3 angles on this retake. Mini here with Martin grouped up, going towards that flank, and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making
making
sure
huge
that on exit
by
for Khelraay, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down would be ideal, but minimum here, I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to it. if nothing else happens.
यूसन बिल्ड के रेस जैसी अबे ये फैंटम गिवअवे करने आ गया
Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Khelraay know that double doors is not going to be clean. Starso activates a little bit later. That's a decent number of kills, not going to lie to you. Only happy way No Man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now for Khelraay, they're going to have to figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus.
पहले मुझे लगता था हार्बर सबसे गू है फिर मैंने जी नाम की टीम देखी ओए
This was nice, just sitting, being
इज्जत से बात कर
abusing the fact that Leo is just walking out in the open.
It's a bit of an awkward exit for XLG though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up. They could have exited as 5 and that would have covered their bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here though for Khelraay, looks like.
Fast A main. Starso on the opposing end. By the way, I believe this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Genomates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martin and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Raga will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but they have all of backside here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is, though, he has the entire mid doors. He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's going to get contact, and they're going to push back on the side.
Raga's already low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No Man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Genomates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money.
XLG वाले
no opportunity here for those two flankers to be able to get anything done. Hiding
ये क्या role switching हुई है पर इस टीम में यार?
Down for a 3rd round victory for XLG.
Gentle Mates just
Same role switching हुई है mid में
everyone's coming out onto site.
MIBR ने खुद का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ दिया fastest loss का क्या था पहले
They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away. They needed to speed up there, needed to be able to crunch down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires.
Amit Prox कौन है अभी नया player आया शायद उनका
almost really good. They well positioned themselves, but that was just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Genomates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A 2nd round. Explosivity with Raga with a double. Into Lysol with his own double. XLG, 3 rounds in a row now, and a disastrous gun round coming through from Genomates, and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
भाई जी जानबूझकर हारी
It's looking like XLG, like you said,
क्योंकि लास्ट में वो हंस रहे थे बात तो सही है
again they're using that drone trying to farm that orb maybe on Raga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor and immediately an aiming execute.
Huge flash coming on. Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Happyway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out Understreet, but only the single shot so far. Might only need the one, because Prox has got Happyway down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
1v2.
Trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away towards that B site. He has potential here to get that spike planted, to get that spike down onto site. To these players here from Genomates still clearing. They are going to be able to pick up some weapons though once they realize that the site is clear, which is really good for them. They do have
G back it's spawn by ऐसा लग रहा था क्या
he's 20 HP, little bit scary here, and they're going to be grouped up.
Good morning Durmil bhai.
Do you notice what Bippo's also
small season wonder to Martin था भाई
that one shot.
हाँ ना भाई गायब ही हो गया
एक ऐसा दिखा कि 100 kill
ओए वो मैच चालू हुआ क्या
नहीं
Prox does have at least a little bit of something, but no paranoia and no time. Those shots connected by Raga. Bippo instantly taking him down.
चालू करो यार ये मैच.
Hide away. Sort of just
अब तक चालू नहीं किए. भाई G2 वाला मैच तो 2 साल बाद चालू होगा.
Trying to equalize the numbers.
मार्टिन का जो ये हुआ है वो बिल्कुल तुम्हारा वाइपर नर्फ वाला हुआ है, समझ रहे हो?
Taken now.
Real.
So back and forth so far. I can't really tell what's going wrong for either of these teams. It just feels like the slow rounds, every single time the trades just aren't there. Or one team has gambled correctly. So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle. And Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they're...
Bhai, ऐसे तो G2 वाला game 2 साल बाद ही चालू होगा.
Martin as well. He got cleared so slowly.
He was able
to get a trade, but he dropped in his stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a
XLG say 6 in a row. This time that'll be a little bit different. That's a really nice bit of Utah coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury though going to be trying to find its mark. It's W's Leo getting that one done, but no hits connected. Martin will get the cleanup hit, and it's a complete flawless XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what, Gentlemate says? We're close today, sir.
जी rooster change हुआ है या same ही है same
being tired of Khelraay just constantly taking that A main orb. They know that they farm it over almost every single round now. They've gone that space every single time, and they've chosen to contest it. Even with that Sova ult from the side of Khelraay, it didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting it.
2 सेकंड में round खत्म हाँ ना?
Forward, continued to get that info, and I think it was really well played. But now we're looking at
production ready था flawless के लिए. अरे भाई वो लोग बहुत fast डालते, बहुत fast. ऐसा लगता है automate करके रखे.
So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op here so he could get a pick, but he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for Gentlemates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned Gentlemates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at Gentlemates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happyway's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site it's going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors, just all going to come through from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake also for Gentlemates. 5v5, full site has been taken.
Starzu walk-in कर रहा था.
Starzu the first one in, but now they know Nomad's positioning. He's pushed all the way into the boxes. Still have a late player in Mini to try and challenge for double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow takes it with Beppo, double kill. 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga, post runner back with 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oi, chalu raha, chalu raha, chalu raha.
Why he switched back.
Oi, chalu raha. Yep, let's go. Let's watch the main game.
Sticking with that Neon, I love that he's gone back to it from that map 1. Phoenix feel comfortable Benji on that Vice. We know how good he can be there as well. Looking across onto the side of all gamers, GRQ isn't looking like he's gonna be on that Phoenix now.
उसकी prediction का क्या? अच्छा उधर prediction है क्या उसका? रुको क्या था?
In those previous 2 months,
who gets 5 rounds वाला prediction है उधर का?
I still think that with Omen there's so many cheeky things that you can do, and it's still enables.
अच्छा चलो एक round देखते चलो.
Site for B finally. We're not going to go A anymore. First kill from Mini onto Happyway, but the plant's going to come on through.
क्या चल रहा है? 4v3 चल रहा है.
Again, another retake here for Gentlemates, but this time they have numbers. Coming in at such a bad timing. Nomad getting the another onto Martin.
चलो आ गया 5th round. XLG को.
Leo actually shutting him down.
That's a 3v2.
That's the operator down on the ground. All of a sudden, it's a 3v2.
No man is what I used to describe the number of players still alive for Gentlemates, just down to 1 for now. Can we find some magic in the 1v3? He got a double kill on that last retake, and now he's going to say, money not looking great. Chances looking even worse. Back out I go.
जो सेव कर रहा है XLG जीती 5 राउंड. चलो ओए मैच चालू करो तुम लोग, भूत मारूंगा.
And thank you very much, Tigon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus between these
Let's go. Decider game.
Is the favorite anymore? I feel like we've thrown the rule book out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night.
मुझे लगता है जी जानबूझ के हारी क्योंकि लास्ट में वो लोग हंस रहे थे.
We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that all gamers did.
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. They in a lot of cases they were the other way around.
Right, Jack, decide the game.
Agent, so like GRQ playing the Phoenix works a little bit better, and
इसमें जो हारेगा
maybe, but also
वो जी के अगेंस्ट खेलेगा.
Switching from Neon to Vice, which by the way, you cannot pick pretty much 2 more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other, you're basically a time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes.
Heretics defend कर रही है AG attack.
Today, but that's something they do
I
regularly.
guess. AG might take the lead in the first half. What do you guys think? Prediction is on kick.
All gamers. A start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics now looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a fade and a raise. You throw in that seize, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, all gamers find the space completely open, get closer, and see that wall from Vice. Then you start to think the setup could be there. The flash could be waiting. Instead, they'll bait the wall, and I think they're going to look to go back to B after a little bit of a fake here, just so they can avoid that Vice utility. Or are they committing? Is this an A play with buy down? It has to be.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but
ये look का cam setup इतना weird आ क्यों है भाई?
Completely under the control of all gamers though.
जिसको ये काम दिया उसको पता ही नहीं है कि कौन-कौन है. उसने चिपका के दे दिया है.
That's like kind of racist as well, है ना?
Put through, there's normally expectations that there'll be somebody
नहीं जो काम कर रहा है.
This position. Instead, Benji's waiting for the aggression, the jump.
What a peak!
Now they have positioning over the spawn, a good position as well from Shrimp to trade things back into their favor. In fact,
3v2, 4v2. Ayo, Kira with 3 भाई बहुत कंफ्यूजिंग हो रहा है भाई. मुंह बंदी कर दो उससे अच्छा भाई सबके.
कल के दिन ना पूरे टाइम कैम नहीं था पता है. पूरे टाइम लास्ट के एक राउंड में कैम चालू किया था.
किक चैट में मैटर हो रहा है. अरे मैटर नहीं हो रहा है, सब अपना अपना ओपिनियन रख रहे हैं यार, रखने दो.
Not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at it pretty comfortable.
AG ने Emmet को बाहर किया था Santiago.
There's a couple rounds where
peak form में
found in crucial moments.
A 4-man fight on A Robele.
Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously, and the majority of these ecos are going to try to put all your eggs
AG, AL,
into one basket.
All gamers. लेकिन AL क्यों डाला है उन्होंने पता नहीं.
They got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round. For now, that seems to be mission success.
Yeah, luckily on this map you have slightly better odds than dodging the stack because there's more sites, you know. The stack can move, so I guess that probably changes how odds work. Luckily I'm not a mathematician, but Mitch is here who tried.
अच्छा रीड तो है भाई जी का. ये ले चल पकड़ा पकड़ी ले पकड़ा पकड़ी.
That was a bit too.
ले भी पकड़ा पकड़ी भाई.
For Team Heretics. Boo leaving the seaside. He'll regroup.
और बू अच्छा दिख रहा है.
Classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage.
ओए भाई इनका फेस कैम बीट ही दे रहा है भाई.
They're playing with
भाई ये जो Fengier है ये कितना weird role खेलता है.
Quite a lot of room for error. They can lose a couple of players and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose, it could even be worthwhile just to have those orbs farmed up. Like I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights.
Only Valo रहेगा भाई.
In that same position. Ultimate carries a lot of weight. He'll find one before going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And well, all gamers tying this one up in a nice, neat bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
Yeah, Kira's been getting closer and closer to having that showstopper already in the first few rounds. Still 3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online.
AG, AL का full form बताओ. All gamers AL.
And for Heretics, I think
all gamers, all losers.
To sort of stem the bleeding a little bit earlier than normal because that
तुमने Legends नहीं सोचा?
Especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback.
Losers बुलाना तुमको Chinese teams को.
But also
पहले जब तुमने बुलाया था तब क्या हुआ था तुमको भी याद है?
In a scenario where they were 12-5 up and this could have ended a 2-0.
तो इज्जत में रहो.
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start.
Yes, साले G2 supporters.
And it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand. Kira's found another. Koshmaris.
कैसा मारा रे वो कीरा ने?
This round, but his back is turned.
Koshmaris try किया लेकिन हार दिया.
Able to convert.
अरे माँ bonus निकाल रही है जी तो.
He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rian's
just real full form क्या है?
And
bro, भाई अभी ये लोग one side bonus निकाले.
I think even if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4.
Anyone's legend.
I'll be honest with you. this feels like
एल का full form है कोई भी legend.
Like maybe, you know, when you put players into like a
कोई भी
scrim to decide
legend.
if they're going to join the team, it's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this, or not even primary, secondary duelist.
कोई भी
because Frank has been
legend.
duelist in it, or sort of quasi duelist while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so
भाई
far.
Neon nerf नहीं है क्या है?
And you sort of sit there after the last map and go, oh, you're really going to take GRQ, the guy like basically brought you through the last
यार
map.
भगा दिए भाई ये लोग एजी वाले.
I kind of see why
Time out ले लो अभी चलो.
you got so much depth of talent over on this All Gamers roster, and it's something we talk about.
वो हर्ष भाई फुल सेंस का एक नया प्लेयर आया है, ठीक है? वो 5-5-5 में खेल रहा था और 5-5-5 का गेम है थोड़े दिन बाद, तो उससे पता चलेगा वो LCQ में खेलेगी कि नहीं. और वो प्लेयर जो है हर्ष भाई
5-5-5 कौन है यार?
एक टीम है.
It's a bit like if you watch
वो SE में खेल रही है, वो भी LCQ में जा सकती है.
was a great smokes player, and you go, okay.
उसका एक प्लेयर लिया है फुल सेंस में. भाई वो क्या प्लेयर है
It
हर्ष
didn't actually
भाई.
benefit them too much, but in this case, all gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like you're
Sefrat,
really
ऐसा Sefrat,
Phoenix,
ऐसा
you're
कुछ
going to
तो
play
नाम
Phoenix,
है.
you're a really good Raze, you're going to play Raze, and we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rianz.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rianz. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0 down. It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under
He
so
still got
much
one.
pressure.
2v4, 2v4, winnable for Heretics.
Now recovered.
Easy round
Team
for
Heretics.
Heretics.
4 versus 2. It has to be Bai and Shrimp with a big clutch.
Finally, cameras सही हो गए.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat
Good
faded
satchel
away.
भाई.
Nice,
Nice, finally a round, finally a round for Heretics.
बढ़िया round
for a
निकाले.
moment, but it's Rianz to close out the round. Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
Nightfall online as well, thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win.
3K!
They come in with Sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. And this works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre.
क्या हुआ रे? कुछ सीज भी डेंजर हुआ था शायद.
won the round right as it started.
वो 4-3 जन देखो किधर मरे उधर.
The remaining 2 players on Heretics go, did they even bother?
वो सब लोग सीज हो गए थे क्या? क्या सीन हुआ?
Something here. They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy.
साला 1 सेकंड इधर देखा तो उधर सब मर गए.
There is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind.
अंजीर.
And try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fangarum is just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean
Watch
it
it
up
round.
with no problem.
मैं सोचा ये अंजीर भाई मारने से पहले क्यों चिल्लाने लग गए?
1 lead on the 3rd and final map of this series.
That was huge. We've seen Heretics pretty much give up on that A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on. And look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was
भाई
already
ये
a big
देखो ना
fan
ये
of
वाला
Flint,
जो है
but now I
ये
am
कितना
for a
off center
different
है.
reason altogether.
ये चलो ये सही है लेकिन ये वाला देखो ना.
हर्ष भाई क्या लगता है आपको जी का क्या कोई
लोगों
नया
दिखा?
कुछ लाइक
ये
किया?
देखो, देखो,
Platoon भाई is the
He's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think back to the last map, what was it, 17-6 or something at one point?
मेरे हिसाब से जी कोई ये नहीं लाएगी, कोच नहीं लाएगी. मेरे हिसाब से प्लेटून भाई ही करेंगे एंड दैट विल बी इट. एंड आई डोंट थिंक सो मतलब जी का स्टेज 2 रन स्ट्रांग रहेगा.
स्ट्रांग मेरे को तो लगता है डेसिमेट हो जाएंगे वो लोग. डेसिमेट
डिसमेंटल भी हो सकते हैं.
डिसमेंटल तो 2027 में होंगे.
12-5.
Yeah, 12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like actually wild.
तुमने देखा ग्लिफ ने एनवी ने ग्लिफ को ले लिया.
When it was 7-2,
ग्लिफ कौन था?
और पपिन को बेंच कर दिया. ग्लिफ M8 में खेलता है जो.
ओह, पाशा गेमर.
Now looking dominant.
प्रोक्सा की जगह
Who was like by far the best player in the server at that point.
3 kills every round or
भाई
something.
सोचो ना,
And now
5 लोग ने प्रीमियर से क्वालिफाई किया और फिर ऑर्ग ने सारे प्लेयर निकाल दिए.
GRQ has been a big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying.
They must be earning good, bro.
Fangir has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way. So much in terms of information.
यार महाराज जी.
A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Khelraay hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to.
क्या ही दिया यार. 2 जन मार दिए.
Credits to buy into this one, I should say.
Bro, no prediction of any half. Give predictions of full match, please. No, bro. It is fun to do that. I want them to interact. It's okay. Winning 50,000 points otherwise is very, very tough.
But it's towards the B side.
Very, very tough. So let them have a fair chance.
Holding from the sideline. Waiting for the walkthrough. He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's
shot by Shrimp.
A big pick by Shrimp.
3v4.
Showstopper no longer online for all gamers. So
मुंह को कॉट नहीं हुआ क्या वो?
The missile
मेरे को लगा दिखा और वो स्पैम वो स्पैम में.
And by that double has sealed the round. This was Heretics all over. An instant double. And yet,
मेरे को समझा ही नहीं.
3-man squad is able to clutch it back.
एक सेकंड वो प्लांटर एक HP वाले ने 2 मारा.
नहीं प्लांटर नहीं मारा, मेन वाले ने 2 मारा. बाय ने.
My eyes deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So like his final kill is him on his last legs because there was a great wallbang and then it was completely irrelevant in the end.
Chagawat.
Because by
bro,
is able to step in exactly
champions of
what I'm talking
EWC
about.
by the way.
Depth of talent that even in a 3v5 scenario.
क्या बोले?
ये champions of EWC by the way defending.
For the side of Heretics. Nice
आज लगता है अर्जेंटीना के साथ भी ऐसे ही होने वाला है हर्ष भाई.
The kill they would have loved to have in the last round. By the way,
आज अर्जेंटीना का गेम है.
कितने बजे? Against. Hadn't had the chance to use it.
AG1
430
pistols
I guess.
stacked up on this C side.
330.
But all gamers
मुझे देखना था यार आज का.
कल का देखे एटर भाई.
That's not the only.
हाँ वही मतलब मेरे को देखना था.
स्पेन वर्सेस ऑस्ट्रिया देखे.
भाई कल का नहीं देखा इसलिए आज कुछ भी करके देखूंगा माँ कसम. कल तो मरियल हालत में था इसलिए नहीं देख पाया.
Moving back in the
मैं
other
तो 12 घंटे सोया दोस्त.
Risky as we've said, like they have no control at the moment.
भाई वो ऑफसाइड का क्या सीन है भाई? 2 बार.
Could have pushed up B for all they
2 बार ऑफसाइड मिला है.
Just now.
नहीं पिछले गेम में भी.
A rubble's been taken from them before.
पिछले गेम में कहाँ ऑफसाइड
again?
नहीं पिछले गेम जो पोर्चुगल
What worked last time was just.
उसमें भी ऑफसाइड का कुछ सीन हुआ था जो अनफेयर था.
And bursting through that wall, and I think we're going to see the same again.
इस बार वाला तो प्रॉपर अनफेयर था ना.
It's not going to be Woot.
नहीं उसमें अल्ट्रा एज में दिखा है ना.
But he hasn't really got the gun.
अल्ट्रा एज में क्या बाल टच हुए.
हाँ.
You're dead.
Yeah, that's going to be one for free. Showstopper gone once again. TP in towards the site. An opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work. Instead, though,
or you still got one. That's fair. And a trade. That's good.
I think that may have even missed the remaining couple. That means they can still fight with the guns, but the time is ticking away. The boombot coming in from behind, and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies. It's
working out.
Give them guns and they'll do nothing. Give them pistols, they'll take the round.
I don't really know what to say about that. For Heretics, they probably shouldn't be doing that. But if it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaras. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ultimate.
अगले शो से वैल्यू लिए पॉइंट्स लिया था. पिन इनवैलिड दिखा रहा है 2050 का. कुछ हेल्प करो. मेल करो वहाँ पे उसपे टिकट नहीं वहाँ पे आता है ऊपर वाले मेल पे वो स्क्रीनशॉट्स. फिर भी नहीं होता है तो मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम पे डीएम करो स्क्रीनशॉट्स के साथ. मेरे सामने भेजता हूँ.
It's whether they can build off of this though.
वो तो जाएगा आज ही.
Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go.
Direct स्पीड पे अट गया कोच महाराज फाइट लेने की कोशिश
denies and it
one side EG या तो one side round जीतती है ना या तो जीतती ही नहीं है बे
You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change
जी का मैच हो गया हां शुरू होने से पहले खत्म हो गया
Well you'd be wrong
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
सब कर लिया ईमेल का रिप्लाई नहीं दे रहा तो मेरे को इंस्टा पे भेज
Unfortunately he's not trapped between the remaining attackers
He's not
right on the sea
EWC VCD से अलग होता है क्या EWC एक कंप्लीट अलग प्राइवेट टूर्नामेंट है ब्रो और वो जो जीतता है उसको प्राइज मनी मिलता है बड़ा
because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them it's understandable right all gamers are flooding in and taking
sorry yaar furi bhai
favorable duels but when it comes to this round
he's dead
I like the idea Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit but they get punished for it and again it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands the disadvantages come along with it and I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Heretics easily come back kar legi.
There's no doubt about it. Like if you're winning every single full buy round,
every attacking map at the end
utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go.
EWC में अलग-अलग games के winner होते हैं क्या?
Try and pincer them while
अबे 600 करोड़ वगैरह का मैच है
each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more they'll be okay because again they
और वो 600 करोड़ फिर ऐसे बटे हुए रहते
हैं. If you don't build anything off this,
अलग-अलग टूर्नामेंट्स में ऐसा विषय होता है इसका. That's crazy, right?
Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up, your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see just
इतना पैसा लगा था कौन है और कमाते कहाँ से ये लोग सऊदी का लीग है ब्रो ये
barriers up again timeout over
सऊदी वाले पैसा लगाते मजबूत
it is time to start connecting rounds they have a showstopper to work with and a full buy but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly nice start from Koshmaris
He's done well once again.
अब एजी का ऐसा ढेर जाता है ना थोड़ा राउंड तो वो लोग हार जाते हैं अभी ए पे भी रबल पे भी एक फाइट मिला है
not going to be fired but they've already got the
या तो वन साइड या तो फिर
put themselves in a good position
हार जाते गया राउंड ऑलरेडी गया
Mara's back on the neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable though it was the spams that did the work
कर दिया भाई देख लो डन ब्रो
the Turkish duo is
going to be beautiful भाई beautiful
clearing the second might be difficult and
low गए थे
has been on a tear another triple kill to add to his collection I think that's either 11 or 12 kills and considering the current scoreline that's a lot
yeah considering they're trailing by that much it's been a big step up from him when you take a look at Koshmaris though the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep beat players as well as the spam
660 crore 60 crore ठीक है भाई
very impactful openings for the he's only 6-6 at the moment
$75 million in a chat
he has literally put
yeah 65 million
66% of the rounds up for these boys
there's that maths
0.6 recurring
nice
they'll need more and the showstopper used up in the previous you look over at All Gamers they're still able to buy they've still got a couple credits back pocketed and with Fangir having the ult there's not exactly a lack of flexibility in how they approach this round. A minute 15 on the clock. Heretics seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand, and you can see on the other side, Woot's waiting to crunch, but All Gamers going the other way.
It's funny because I'm surprised they even risked going back towards B last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Khelraay. To cover the right side as well. On the other side of the map by caught walking through the wall. Woot's here just in time, and there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same.
आप भी स्क्रीनशॉट भेजो डीएम में.
Save these weapons.
75 million है, मतलब around 600 करोड़. वही तो बोल रहा था फिर 600 करोड़ भाई.
Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No, a decent resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised though that we haven't seen all gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think that's going to help out Heretics a little bit more. I think also just Khelraay having a massively hot start, falling a little bit further down that board.
Harsh bhai, क्या लगता है क्या AG 8 round लेगी?
Stick it out with the default. I think it's also a bit different
ना जब भी first pick हार जा रहे वो लोग round आ रहे
हैं. You also have the operator, and this is just being utilized to try and.
तो इसका मतलब Heretics में सब बहुत अच्छा खेल.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt, they felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op. The shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker for it. And towards the A site, they take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of it.
13-6. The re-aggression. The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like
confidence up ho gaya hoga na.
Seems like he has the right read. As he's asked Woot to come in to support.
फिर भी इंडिया ने हराया है नुमान भाई को. चड्डी में रहो.
सिर्फ नुमान को ही हराया है.
जो भी है.
Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is
IGL है ना नुमान भाई.
Control of all gamers again, although Khelraay
IGL थोड़ी है.
was hoping to try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there, and Riens has found a kill back.
4v2.
Nightfall's going to catch two, both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on.
3v2 है. 3v
careful to not swing out.
3v3 है.
That timing awful as Riens checks up top by Shrimp looking the other way. Kira's fallen.
What a flick of the wrist.
There's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle. Tries
what
to
a flick of the wrist.
Can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner.
Thank you, Parikshit.
Kill of the round.
Riens
dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
एक प्लेयर को सब काट के 75 मिलियन में से कितना मिलता होगा अप्रॉक्स क्या मालूम बता.
A double opener in towards the site where it seemed like they would never have an opportunity of any control.
अच्छा खासा ही मिलेगा जो मिलेगा.
Operator player, and then on the way back into the site hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost exactly the same time. Like, these are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens has, well, he's brought it back more than level just on his own. And if you look at the scoreboard, it's very clear why they're still in this map.
One round.
अगर ये इक्वलाइजर पे खत्म होता है तो फिर हेरेटिक्स निकाल दिया.
15-6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. And you see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts them a little further back so the door won't break them on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the showstopper. A bold play by Kira. The spam is awful for Koshmaris. And instead of fighting for
Koshmaras को एक भी kill नहीं मिला उधर.
Looks like Heretics will be conceding 7-5. Pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
But that was Koshmaras.
Koshmaras भाई ने हक दिया.
Woo, he's not even going to check the angle, and I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but
yo, 7-5 half chat.
Chance in a second, he's eliminated.
That's a good half.
That's a problem.
That's
Even
a good half.
I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even, but if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each other. You think about the start for All Gamers playing super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early
All Gamers low-key fire.
They start to get control over the relatively free at in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations where the setup from Benji on C, that it's on A, it's holding in towards the tree. And Kosh Maris as well, delivering a couple of shots, but really the difference maker.
Gryffindor में Gryffindor माफी वो आ गया AJ आ गया
Gryffindor या फिर सर्पद्वार नहीं क्या
this squad came in to EWC
that was so good. Like the stream, subscribe for new.
They were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one under their belt, but they are being challenged in the opening round of the groups.
That's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With All Gamers in with the lead, a chance to be 1 win away from making it to the playoff stage.
EWC था last year.
Heretics had seen the result against GE. They might be feeling a little bit more confident that they'd be able to win that lower bracket match, but also it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus All Gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face an MIBR who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent, and I'm sure they'd maybe like the chance to play them a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game.
आप भी टावर पे चढ़ के propose कर दो.
No, not at all. For Team Heretics, a 2-round gap as we come in to half
अपने इधर सिर्फ अंदर डाल के बाहर नहीं निकालेंगे ना जेल में. अपने इधर चमाटी डंडे में डंडे मारेंगे भाई.
Benji Fishy, nice start on.
ओए पिछला राउंड जरूरी है. Yo, Benji.
Looks like he wants a little bit more. But when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind.
ओए निकाल रहे बे Heretics. Chomback कर रहे, Chomback.
Near the action. A chance onto Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Riens. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far.
Shot from Jeer.
And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can do about it.
7-on.
Riens isn't even going to give him anything. And just smart play from the initiator.
लॉयर है अपने पास, बात तो सही है.
Eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has
इनकी गोश्त इतना जल्दी कैसे चल रही है?
To try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Anything for the 6-7.
At least a little bit of damage to close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and All Gamers continue that steamroll. 7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Riens, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet.
Whoa, Kosh Maharaj got hug दिया भाई Woot ने. पर ठीक है. Man advantage तो है. शायद gun लेकिन एक giveaway हुई है. और किरा भाई. Yo, beautiful push they got.
If they run even for a second, the steps will be hard. And the rifle on Kira, unfortunately, isn't going to catch anybody before they make their way to the A site.
माँ कसम खेल लिए वे.
Yeah, so 1 rifle recovered. But what can be done with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents.
भाई PUBG की मैच चल रही है चाइना में, तो they are on very bottom, but it is a strong team. Oh.
Fight for Benji, 1 shot, all he needs. Head or body will do.
Shot.
Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map.
जी fight तो put up कर रही है हाँ दोस्त.
For Heretics. Like we said,
अच्छा fight put up कर रही
coming
है
to
जी.
this event to defend the title. It's not off to a great start.
No. But if you get through the match, nobody's going to care. Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were
7-all. Is this gonna be a comeback, chat?
Win the EWC?
Is this gonna to be a
for
comeback?
Second time?
Retrieving thorn trap.
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket map competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, going to be swung on by Kira.
भाई 3 जन साइड पे स्टंड है. 3 जन साइड पे फ्लैश है. 4 जन actually. And seems to be a
big spray by Shrimp.
Bro, somehow they have saved this round. 2v1.
And the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking.
How did Heretics win this round?
Ring a Rosie or just take him down.
कैसे
8-7 now.
जीते?
Team Heretics in the lead.
खेला ना बढ़िया.
A huge bonus round victory, and more
भाई वो
importantly,
4 जनों पे सब कुछ connect हुआ था util.
Puts him in a
What the
position
hell
where
was this
they were able to
round?
convert a bonus round and continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing. Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest, you had 4 players at the back of that site get hit by a paranoia, and then 3 of them get
What
seized
the
in
hell
the
was
corner.
this round?
I thought they were dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers,
GD versus Nongshmig एक अच्छा game होने वाला है chat.
map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice.
GD versus
slipping
Nongshmig is gonna be a good game. I'm telling you.
from Heretics' fingers. They now sit there with their lead diminished to a point where they're behind. They need to step up on this defensive
Time out
side,
ले
'cause,
लिया है.
well, basically what I'm trying to say is that could have been a very winnable round for them. I think their utility was well placed. It was just the shots that didn't land.
There's always going to be a bump in the road here and there. Heretics only 1 round in the lead. The timeout just coming to a close.
Rian 17-7 है बे.
Let's take a look at where they're at economically for all gamers. It's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for Koshmaris to run wild with that outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Towards A. But I do think in this round, like,
fight लेने वाले
gamers, I
Rebel.
expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A.
कैसे हार रहे
and
gamer
then
लोग से?
decided to
नहीं, हार
burst
रहे तो
out of the
नहीं है. ये
smoke
game
with the
जीत
flash.
जाएंगे
The
मेरे को लग
problem
रहा है.
is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner.
Oh shit!
Made this look
What a
like
shot,
a
Kira.
pretty easy round. Okay,
Wow.
tear it down. That was the main danger. The Guardian gone.
Wow, कसम.
Only Fangir left to deal with.
Yeah, a little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack up of players, they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out,
Heretics!
I feel like Woot was like
On the
3-9 or something like that. Like, he
round.
was down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Koshmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped.
भाई को समझा नहीं कि वो ड्रॉप किए क्योंकि वो ब्लाइंड था बेचारा.
आप लोग कोई ब्लू वाला
He's also
सुपर
a
लाइट
player
मिला
I
है क्या
don't
कभी?
feel like I've ever seen mentally boomed.
हाइड्रा भाई के पास है.
I like that. I like the replay angle there. Only just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo that he didn't even turn to get the kill on the Woot.
Blue wala super light.
The paranoia.
blue color में.
I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but it never came. There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Hydroflick edition, bro.
Glass cannon up as well.
Hydroflick edition.
This is probably the round that you do want to send it in. And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious early on.
नहीं सिर्फ एक one in noise.
You group up.
One out of one.
They get a whiff.
One out of one.
There's gonna be a rocket coming your way.
हाँ
This is something
मेरा edition है भाई मेरे लिए होगा और किसके लिए होगा?
Heretics do quite regularly. They go wall hunting. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. Like just look already.
ऐसी बात
आज का vlog चिम्मी
मैंने वाला नाइफ बनाया हम रखेंगे हमने बनाया.
They don't have any intentions of going in that direction. Now it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now bear in mind, as said, he doesn't have any shields to play with. And he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
I certainly hope they don't think it's completely open, because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced back. As you said, the patience here paying off. The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rianz. I don't want to see him go any further than that, but he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see it.
Oh my god, Kira was so blind the whole time. What happened?
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as well that revealed him while flying through the air, so while being blinded just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed, and wow, it's a
oh my god. Oh, Benji!
Gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot. Who gives a damn?
A masterful play.
Bye. सिर्फ 19% लोगों ने भरोसा रखा था Heretics पे. They thought Heretics is gonna win 10 first, and they did.
This kill. And pounces right in the nick of time.
Beautiful.
Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a
crazy,
single shot,
crazy, crazy.
Behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance.
Good start. Oh my god.
Good, but it didn't seem to matter too much.
Already हो गया Woot का भाई.
Being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers. And well, now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy. And Woot goes into the next with a showstopper. Now we've got a problem. And more than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated again. We saw it at the start of the series. A few flashes in the pan here and there, but they have been missing for a while. It seemed as an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers. That this map was going to continue to spiral out of control, and yet they have turned it around. Swapping halves has seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient, and Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
There.
You can see it. No wall spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there, so maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your vice.
वो स्टन किसी को पिक आउट कराने के लिए था, लेकिन वुड को ऑलरेडी एक ऑफ एंगल मिल
okay. Huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice on the first swing. Good job from Kira. Koshmaris is a big scalp to take here, and he'll run away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. Flanked around by GRQ. It's being watched.
They are shooting, bro. They are shooting.
Pixel perfect on the shot.
Wow.
Showstopper.
They are shooting.
Time, and Shrimp is gone. This was the full buy for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out. A very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but
next round.
None quite like this just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot.
भाई एजी में एमर लोग तो यार चैट कुछ भी बोलो.
Coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's
shot.
Wood last 3-4 round में बहुत मारा है भाई.
The disparity between his first half and second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive,
Tonight gaming confirmation. हाँ भाई gaming होगी रात में.
Top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
अर्ज भाई अब एजी का गेम जी के अगेंस्ट है.
This whole series has been like that, though.
A girl versus a boy
can keep up from half
strong
to
start,
half.
Strong finish.
Yeah. But this
Wu
is the thing.
the bookend.
Yeah. No, he's the walls closing in on AG, and at this point,
इनको इनके शॉट कब मिलते हैं यार, प्लेऑफ में मिलते हैं.
खत्म है. We ended up 13 to 11.
A great time for a pause.
Stage पे होता है ना वो सब.
This would be a really good time.
और जैसी हराए ले तेरा शॉट तोड़ूंगा.
At this point, you have to just let it run the distance, you know.
I want to know what inspiring words are coming through.
रात रात की मैच देखो ये देखेंगे ना.
It was on map 1. It did work.
Yeah.
Cross join full sense. Is it like the announcement is
12-11 and then tasting defeat, but they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like it's felt like in the second
announcement
half,
there is
no chance of them winning a round.
Playoffs में होता है वो. Okay.
1v2 is their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0
XLG playing normal comp rather than 370 comp.
Left for the
हाँ,
defense.
Lotus पे.
But hey, 12-5. They managed to win 6 in a row.
खत्म भाई 370 कॉम्प उन लोगों ने देख लिया कि सबने येड भगा दी उन लोगों की 370 कॉम्प में, तो अभी बस हो गया.
It was quite pacey attacks, but hey, look.
ऐसा ही है भाई. You can't keep playing the same comp
on the red side
for every
pushing down on
tournament. एक टूर्नामेंट में ही सब लोग उसको ब्रेक डाउन कर देते हैं.
It's an all-in strat. You're coming into this round.
4 जन सी पुश किए भाई एजी के.
One mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B side. They could have walked through that.
भाई के पास अल्टे. Oh my, look at this. Wow. Wow. Riaz 3 मारा है भाई.
Dealing death and dishing it out at play.
They're still holding it.
All gamers.
Oh my god. He has
the
a
question
move.
is,
bro, what was this?
Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Wu was making a comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Riens has made sure that there is absolutely no chance unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Riens dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner waiting for enemies. The
15
Nightfall
minutes
has given them the clearance of the site. And now Bai is all that remains. Riens has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. But you've already heard the Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry, and he does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift. But he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough.
Yo, अगला गेम है भाई.
And there it is. Boo with the wall back.
अगला गेम major game है.
हर जगह same map क्यों चल रहा है?
What a game.
Off to a good start. It was a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
But the series is under their belt.
It's been a very weird game. Map number 1 looked like they were going to win.
What a game. What a game. What a game. भाई अगला गेम G2 वर्सेस नोंगशिम है. वो तो बिग गेम है, बिग गेम. उसका चालू होने के बाद एटलीस्ट एक मैप तो देखूंगा भाई मैं. एटलीस्ट एक मैप तो देखूंगा. उसके लिए तो रुका हूं मैं. मेरे को लगा अभी डायरेक्ट उनका ही रहेगा, लेकिन ये दूसरी वाली चालू कर दी उन्होंने. M8 XLG चालू कर दी. XLG एक मैप जीत गई है. लोटस ही वापस देखने को मिल रहा है हमें.
Slow walk up, trying to get any of these picks.
XLG first map निकाल ली है. First map था Breeze.
They're gonna re-walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke.
3-0 up है M8.
But they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary here.
The smoke fades. XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble.
उसका नाम अगब आई है, हाँ ना भाई?
If they're still hanging around.
हर्ष भाई, ये लोग भी ट्रिपल सेंटिनल छोड़ दिए.
Should be Starzo.
40 मिनट में होगा G2 वर्सेस नोंगशिम. कौन बोला? ऐसा नहीं है.
There is spike on the floor though.
अब एक ही कौन कब तक खेलेंगे भाई?
For Gentlemates, they've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starzo gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just look to be able to still sneak into the side, but not quite. Door opens again. Starzo just knocks them all down.
Watch Starzo 10-0. Holy shit.
A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. Fifth round coming up, their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG need to be able to pilot this one well.
Starzo is just having a field day.
ओए इसमें भी लाइव स्कोर भाई खड़े रहते क्या चैट?
Just getting those frags and like you said the
क्या अभी स्कोर क्या चल रहा है? पहले मेरे को वो देखने दो फिर लगा दो.
XLG here makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun around.
Khelraay के EWC में घर पे बैठ के वॉच पार्टी करने वाला उसी इवेंट का.
Taking fights really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips.
चालू करो. G2 वाला मैच देखना है.
They've tried just doing some sort of contact play. It just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates.
4-0 चल रहा है. Okay. 4 कौन है? 4 कौन है?
Early, but they're still
ये 4 M8 है. ठीक है.
Their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a sight yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. Maybe a battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the timeout will.
चलो ये सबसे toughest prediction होगा. कोई बता ही नहीं सकता पहले 10 राउंड्स कौन जीतेगा, क्योंकि XLG अभी कमबैक करने वाला है ये टाइम आउट के बाद.
Because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly.
अजय क्या आप इंजीनियर हो? क्या फिक्स करना है आपका?
I mean, Starzo just sees the cross from pillars and instantly opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0 by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even used his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Ban news for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push-up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise, so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player.
भाई इनका ये पहले राउंड बंद नहीं होता म्यूजिक.
नहीं चलाते.
Later on, you can imagine.
Feel के लिए, for the feel, bro.
To a retake. 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
With the numbers advantage, Gentlemates, they're not too scared to over-rotate. And the best part is that deep cipher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information. They don't even need to worry about this site at all, knowing that right now, the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening. But they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Khelraay finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up dodging and respecting it.
Wow, Mini, wow.
Early.
अरे
Mini wasting no time on the Happyway as well.
उसकी नल्ली दिख रही थी बे.
Leo the
सारा 5-0 हो गया.
Super offsite. Now
Gaming
has to do
कब
it
रात
all.
में.
It's already been covered. Starzo leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starzo ate in this short break between maps, I gotta know, because I need that. in my life because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy. And the best part for me is he's just confident.
भाई XLG का तो एक दो kill है भाई.
A lot of the time, or he's just positioning himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see
G2 वाला लगाओ यार जल्दी. कितना टाइम है G2 वाले को? ओए अंकल G2 वाले को चैट कोई जानकारी लो G2 वाले गेम को कितना टाइम है?
Is really nice to see. Now Gentlemates again going to
interview चल रहा है अभी तो
11-0, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can.
Shit.
On the other side, Bippo here.
Bajlesh आदमी 11-0.
क्या हो गया भाई? Look what.
Cypher Cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happy Way saving a little bit more money.
But XLG wait.
All coming in on towards Bippo might have to give this one away. He does want to operate. He just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man. Nice upgrade. Finally, time really that XLG have even seen this site and gotten the plant. Okay, Mini.
3 bullets.
There is a crossfire here though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but no option to get the kill. Finally, a wall come through, but Martin trades on that showstopper.
Reload karte Yoru ka TP
still there for life, so that's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise, it's still kind of broke here with no man.
Sheriff में बहुत अच्छा
to be able to still turn things around. That's your rifle gone.
They are back.
The rocket maybe pulled through the ultimate. Doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin. And Martin says,
oh,
that was crazy messy for both sides. XLG almost having a really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there, using throwing his Cypher cage, but it bounced so far back while he was blind. He didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming F on the floor and nothing was happening. But that was rough. Again, weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
he
that is tragic.
And sucks for him. The sky flash hitting at the perfect moment. But of course, Mini with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for No Man, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage.
VLR के हिसाब से नहीं चालू होते यार मैचेस चैट 9:45 कौन बोला?
Because I'm thinking the same as you. No
मेरे को लगता है जल्दी शुरू होगा मैच क्योंकि पिछला खत्म हो गया है.
At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple
VLR के
rounds
हिसाब से तो 8:15 को शुरू होना चाहिए.
Looking for one here.
But I guess जल्दी चालू होएगा.
Showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there. Full retake now from Gentlemates.
ये लोग ने XLG का कैमरा बहुत गंदा मैसअप किया है है ना?
But No Man, he's not scared. He's pushing through that smoke.
That's kind of like racist.
As much as he can, using the satchel, but he's caught off guard.
Oh boy, double team दिया दो जन को.
The retake starts here for mates.
Overdrive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full. Second death so far in this entire half through the wall, though. A little bit of damage from Lysol. Not too sure that he even realizes that's been happening. But poor Brox, low HP, but low HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happy
निकालेगा.
Too much on the other side of the smokers. All 4 from Gentlemates.
Shit, what a beat.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so
Champs में सुमित रहेगा खेलने के लिए मेरे को नहीं लगता भाई.
Not trying to fight into that cover.
8:30 को होगा G2 वाला मेरे को नहीं लगता. G2 वाला अभी चालू हो जाएगा भाई 5 मिनट में.
Gentlemates and it's starting.
5 मिनट नहीं but at least 7:50 तक चालू हो जाएगा मेरे को लग रहा है.
This is looking really rough. They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least.
Neon be on Cypher, yes.
But the good thing is, the operator online.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Back in away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
Really quick retake here about to happen. They're waiting for that spike to go down, waiting for the rest of their team to get online. Mini just deciding here that the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto No Man. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another play. Cancels it indeed. Bippo still looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone isn't going to do enough. Pit falls now, and Lysol can't even capitalize.
अरे भाई ये क्या one-side game हो रहा है?
They didn't even need to use ultimates here.
This is insanity. I've never felt more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone
नौशिम का क्यों नहीं देख रहा है? अब तक चालू नहीं हुआ नौशिम का.
This Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Khelraay feel like more of a fraud right now.
आगे यहाँ पे आगे.
Okay.
Setup चल रही है.
0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played.
सेटअप चल रही है मतलब और 10 मिनट तो जाएगा बराबर है. तो 7-8 बजे तक चालू हो जानी चाहिए.
Looks like maybe they got to get abnormal because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map. They've kind of forgotten how to play double duelist here.
Yeah, it feels rough. Feels like they're just not able to get on the same page at all. But we're starting this round 8-0. 4 of these players here for the side of XLG walking up towards B. They're looking to go fast, but there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
क्या बात है मार्टिन यार, मर गया. क्लच भाई ने नजर लगा दी, मर गया वो.
Starzo and Prox.
Oh, nice shots,
Raga. Waiting for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting snare. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet, though. His mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. There's going to be a double entry.
उसने इसको सुन लिया ऊपर को रागा को.
23 HP for Prox. And Raga in the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. Lysol! Off angle, doesn't get spotted. And late into the day, we are finally going to get this round of ball for XLG.
We're back on the board, and XLG
they finally got around.
They just had to group up and execute, and it was kind of crazy because mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket, to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Raga with that pick was so nice, getting that 3K. That's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4-5 rifles on
lock.
Lots of flashes, lots of Util coming on through, and it's No Man Lysol that finally kills first. Prox and Starzo respond 3 versus 3 still, and it's not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get Happyweight down? So 1 for 1. No Theft's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill
Never
here,
mind.
as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
क्या ये clutch आएगा XLG की तरफ से?
They're gonna know where he is because of that knowing where he planted, and here that door, they know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's got a swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had 1. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down, there
India
is
team
an
के matches
opportunity
कब है वो? EWC में नहीं है, ENC में bro. और ENC बहुत बाद में होने वाला है, I guess.
Of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that Khelraay, they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they found success in, or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side, that they can go back. I say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martin's gonna get that first pick onto Raga. Prox with a pick on.
क्या हो रहा है जिसको दिखा रहा है ऑब्जर्वर सभी blind है. What is happening? I'm at on 10th round. I'm at winning 10 first. Wow.
They just want to run it back again. XLG.
I have no idea what happened.
ये
game चालू करो यार.
Major aggression put over towards Rebel side. I think they're just assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row, but not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Happyway, as mentioned, managed to find the kill.
What happened this round, bro?
It's just crazy to me that Khelraay just haven't figured out now the weak side strat. They haven't figured out that most of the time, if they're fighting towards that A main, that they have so many players there, and now 3 players actually from Gentlemates. This is what I was talking about in terms of chaining their setup.
Okay, well, that's going to be the trip gun at least. Traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. It's happy with it, actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No Man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper for Starzo. It's just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 Spike on the floor. Happaway trying to dance with Starzo.
How is he dodging him?
It's been such a problem so far. It's all done. No Man. No teammates. No chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with M8 looking at 11. XLG basically only got to walk away with a single round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Khelraay did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, but they're just not able to execute because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low.
What's your opinion on yesterday's match? Paper X versus NRG. I didn't saw, bro.
Insane now. You're in this halftime. You
half time हो चुका है. मैं जाता हूँ सुसु करने. आप लोग करिए like और subscribe. I'll be back in a bit.
23, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there. But that's still insane that these 2 players are just having such a good game. And most of the time when you are watching Starzo and Martine, they're going out together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
The only round that XLG found was on that B site, and in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say, they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy Cypher presence in terms of all the util that no one ended up walking into from XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough in that round that they won. Still came down to a 2v2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0. Most of these rounds, you didn't even see the site for XLG. They couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times they managed to get a plant not on B, very, very well fought retake, ultimates or not, but ultimates being played into, Nightfall, clear everything, play through with Mini on the Neon, and it's all too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Khelraay to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Khelraay, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood.
3 minutes. Let's go.
Kind of given to us.
मेरा prediction is सही था. 8 बजे मैच चालू होएगा. W. Yo, Kingsman Binet 2K VP. यहाँ पे रिचीम कर लिया है. Congratulations on winning 2K Valorant points on Kick मेरे भाई. Let's go. Instagram पे अपना ना UPI भेज देना मेरे को.
Let's go together. Okay, I just said dye our hair to purple.
Yeah. 3 points. We have one job.
Magic.
At least Happyway is going to be able to respond. Mound is where it will take place for all of these kills for the time being. The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though typically, particularly on the stacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady.
XLG come back.
Walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing
Oh my
down.
God, Sazu.
Beautiful kill onto Way, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the 2 players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martine, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only 2 players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. 12 about to be found for Gentlemates. And it does might be a 13-1. finish on this Lotus.
One side.
Got a map 3 in just a while here.
IWC
Not too long now. There's only one more round is required.
7 के followers होने वाले. Let's go.
Khelraay Gaming. There's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this one. It's just so rough.
वो flash 4 loop पे connect हुआ था.
At least GE ने 2 round तो निकाले थे, ठीक है?
Maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily, they got that spike down, but it's still just not going to be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox. He walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so Trey's onto Leo. At least XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive with nothing to play for. One round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back with force.
That's insane. Gentlemates 13-1. I think that's the best scoreline we've seen so far in this whole tournament. And it's just been on the fact that Gentlemates played so well together.
ये चालू करो भाई. ये चालू करो भाई अभी. I'm ready for this game. It's the G2.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026. Namaste. Here alongside Kakuka, and big time as we get ourselves ready for the final opening match of Valorant 2026. It is Group C and it is the champs of NA versus Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force.
1.4 kills, let's go.
It's time to watch your former colleague in Baby Bay, one of the best stories in all of esports, against the team from your region. How you feeling, man?
Where's your heart?
Come on, man.
I love Baby Bay as much as everyone. He was here with us last year.
There's a butt coming.
I know, I feel it.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Look, it's hard for me to root against Pacific. It's what, it's where I'm born and bred. It's where my Valorant career was raised. So I always got to support them a little bit. Those young kids across LA, they also have an amazing story to them as well. I think they've really been through the ringer.
Pacific ko support karna hai.
I still put them as the underdogs today, but that's where they want to be. So.
That's the story that he has fabricated, right?
No, it's true.
You've been asking me a lot of explanation about, hey, what happened with KC, what has been going on with Heritage Vitality, blah, 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 blah.
What
is happening with Nongshim, okay?
Okay. Because let me give you the whole history of Nongshim. 2024, their SPG at Ascension. They are probably the greatest team I've ever scrimmed against. True. Oh my god, I can't believe how fantastic these young kids are. They qualify to Pacific perfectly. Flawlessly, they think that this is about to go lift trophies. They don't. They have a strugglesome year. They go back to Ascension again. They win it again, and then they hit that form. The Neon gets buffed. Dambi goes crazy with it. You see them run Santiago flawlessly, lifting that trophy, but it's not been smooth sailing. They're back to that turbulence. It's been inconsistent since then. So that is the question. We know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time, 2 different Ascensions and the Masters.
Nongshim अभी भी वैसे ही तोडू टीम तोडू जैसे खेलेगी chat.
What happened?
Dambi on Phoenix is not what I like to see, to be honest.
Dambi from the Neon. So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that is so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change?
I wish I had nice things to say about this change because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's when they started to lose. It's all about enabling Dambi, apparently. Apparently. It's all about enabling Dambi to be free to be able to shoot and not have to be that first man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the
अर्बन मेटा कब आएगा VCD में? भाई ये G वर्सेस MIBR में सेकंड ने रेना लॉक कर दिया था भाई. मुझे लगा वो लोग खेलने वाले हैं, but उन लोग ने वो रीडू कर दिया.
Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit because you want Dumby to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of America.
Change कर दिया मैंने title.
They've had many times. Yeah. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Khelraay Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You took it. You look there at the right. We're all smiling, looking at Baby Bay's face. That of course you were seeing last year sitting with us.
Shuru karo, yaar, shuru karo.
The experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? You know, like when is the legend born?
Yeah. That's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good
भाई ये लोग कब जाएंगे? कब शुरू होएगा game?
Doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region.
ओए क्लच भाई कब शुरू होगा यार?
So much faster.
But not personal, man. It's personal.
Huge storyline there. Because
it's personal.
I think when you have the pressure of like constantly being the best in your region,
baby की face पे आपका face हो रहा है baby, sorry.
Still do it. And don't
बातचीत चल रही फिलहाल, बातचीत.
That pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind, the monkey off your back that you got to get rid of. That G2 are also fighting, and to do that against Nongshim, who've promoted up, they played free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down, and then played free again, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are like G2 could be looking in the mirror like, oh, this could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could be.
Woulda, shoulda.
बहुत गंदा मैनेजमेंट है इस बार EWC का. नहीं इतना टाइम तो लगता है मतलब 2 गेम्स के बीच में. आज तो चलो इतने टेक पॉजेस नहीं है जितना कल था. कल बहुत ज्यादा टेक पॉजेस थे ना.
नींद आ रही है.
क्या बोल रहे हो?
आज हेवी नींद आ रही है भाई.
Yeah, because the games weren't interesting, no. That's the thing.
Bro. I mean, I feel like very sleepy, bro.
And I even feel कि ये वाला first map जो होगा, G2 will win one-sided.
तो फिर और बोरिंग हो जाएगा. नहीं G2 तो नहीं जीत रही भाई. वो लोग 2-0 हारने वाले हैं. देखो. IV फ्रांसिस और डाम्बी कुत्ता बनाएंगे. देखो. ये लोग ना जीत रहे. कुछ नहीं जीतने वाले ये लोग. गंदे वाहियात प्लेयर्स.
And for the other side, I want to see that head-to-head against
XLG से हार
Johnny. I
जाते
feel
हैं.
like
Nongshim तो
Johnny
बहुत बड़ी
has
टीम
been a
है.
little bit of inconsistent, and I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, and EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular Leaf.
ये G2 वालों के पीछे इतने लोग क्यों है यार क्लच भाई? और Nongshim के पीछे सिर्फ एडमिन है.
Consistently, he's in that discussion.
रोने वाले हैं ना तो नीचे एक कीवर्ड लगा के रखे.
He's been known to put this team on his back when they really need him the most. So I think I want to see big and consistent performances from him if G2 are.
What is Kasha's name? This is big time. She's Kakuka. ये दूसरे इनका पता नहीं.
It's X-Ross. X-Ross, when they lifted that trophy, he was on that initiator role. He's supporting, but since they've swapped back, moved down beyond to that Neon, it's X-Ross who's playing that secondary duelist. It's him that's on that Phoenix. Now, his career before Nongshim, he was a duelist player. He adapted for them before. If he's able to fill that second line,
ओए चले गए. ओए चालू हो रही है मैच. Let's go.
बेंच हो गया भाई.
All right, the vetoes are ready as we get ourselves underway here for our final opening match of EWC 2026.
तो उसके बदले कौन है?
G2.
DH खेलेगा.
Going head to head. G2 takes breeze.
So Stacks भाई को स्टेज पे करने नहीं मिल रहा.
We've seen so much ascent so far.
Oh, Sunset!
Sunset.
भाई कल Sunset का W था यार हर्ष भाई.
Leaving up a couple.
तो मजा आता है Sunset देखने में ना.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do you know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, they could play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim for me will be a very, very interesting map because...
Yeah. Ooh, no, this is super interesting.
And it's split. Okay.
That's
this is
different from what we've been getting. Yeah. No, Haven,
like
thank
it.
you so much for every team that doesn't choose Haven. I love you.
अगर Breeze पे वो neon नहीं खेला ना भाई.
I was gonna say for Breeze, what are we looking for? Harbor, and then like Viper Astra, I believe that is like on the mix there. It's going to be complicated, but that makes it even more interesting.
Man, Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon and Phoenix so consistently with that Harbor, and they keep winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched the game against Team Secret where they went 12 rounds in a row on attack, and I lost my mind. I couldn't believe it. They won. That's the thing.
Yeah, if
the other team has a massive
he thinks we believe in him, Chad.
So it always makes me curious.
He thinks we believe in him.
To go back to this map time and time again. I'm curious if G2 might have that read. I think G2, one of the strongest Harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do get this Harbor versus Harbor, it's all about the retakes on the defense. It's who's best
Breeze
set up
Phoenix,
for that. So we do have the Aiden select coming in now, and it's a swap on the side of G2. Doesn't look like there's going to be a Harbor there, but it is an Astra.
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogimo is going to be doing here, as we have to wait for things.
Wait, G2 Harbor नहीं खेल रही?
Extros, how much do you rate it, especially considering the
Harbor
ones that we've been
banta?
seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like Extros on this Phoenix.
And
I think he's
is
good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past. It does look like Danby's going to be sticking with that neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign. Love a Leaf on Viper. And if you don't know anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogimo is not on the Neon.
No.
It's Baby Bay. And now they
Exactly. Baby Bay on Neon is crazy. Baby Bay on Neon is crazy, and Jugumbo uninitiated.
It's Baby Bay going head-to-head with Danby on the Neon.
That's crazy. Again, the oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over the hump and get themselves their opening win in the final opening match of EWC 2026. It is G2
Prediction लगा रहा हूँ दोस्तों पिन मैसेज में जल्दी से check करो.
EWC on the call. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin. Gentlemen, take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. There's a lot to unpack here, as it turns out. The desk is just highlighting it. We're going to have a head-to-head with the Neons, and Baby Bay is the one piloting it for G2. I did not have this on my bingo card at all.
The hell is this,
I didn't have a lot of this on my bingo card, to be completely honest, when it comes to what G2 is showing us. I mean, I always really enjoyed watching Valen on the Harbor on this map, but switching over to the Astra, you know, with the KO, it feels a little more post-heavy here for the side of G2. So coming into this attack side, it feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression.
सब लोग G2 को root कर रहे हैं.
You know, these really well-rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova.
50-50, all right.
You've got almost every molly that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim
crazy comps
from getting those retakes to really solidify and get those sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case.
Let's see what happens, chat.
Spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Dambi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valen, that's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. It's a little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Shogumo's going to be taken down. Relay bolt into the corner. Has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide
nice
in.
Shot, Baby Bay. Ivy got 2-3.
Is Baby Bay just not going to be fast enough to strike him down?
Wow,
the swing out.
Ivy.
Francis already has
Ivy.
That's going to be the opening pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dambi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive the way he creates space, but it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them.
Shaurya Bawa, thank you so much for your sponsor. Welcome to the Pow Gang.
Nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really
Thank you so much, Shaurya.
You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift of the trophy. Meanwhile, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. X-Ross will get taken down. Francis put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a timing as Valen through shot. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one.
1v3, Viper pushing up B. He will get him for sure.
Yep. Heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving. Key weaponry going to be carried over. And
okay, buy round on G2 now. G2 up kya karegi?
Yeah, I mean, a couple little nice moments from G2.
Defensive map check.
Set up there. I guess. The player around the corner used the snake bite, forced them out, and getting that early kill onto X-Ross.
Actually, ये map balance है बता है. ऐसा कुछ defensive attacking नहीं है इस map पे.
Obviously, you know, there's a lot of really good players on Nongshim. They absolutely destroyed at a Masters. So this is really the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2.
Mic volume कम कर.
One that made them lead for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that. Meanwhile, drone just going to be sent forward. Francis spotting out Baby Bay.
Well, they've gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but this is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fairly open A site, so Plant can come in, but Nongshim are going to be very quickly re-wrapping around the back of this through that main as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn.
लोग उस क्रॉस करने के लिए उसने स्मोक दिया है वो.
4 players to try to hold the line. Spot of the one. Downbeat setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned over towards double doors. Wall's going to be set up. Trent watching the rear, but now starting to pull off the angle, and that could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment, still reading that this presence is going to be coming in. Continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately
oh wow, clean up.
Just going to be
easy buy round.
With an opportunity to get some damage in, but no.
Mic volume कम ही है मेरे भाई, मैंने इससे कम किया ये देखो अभी वापस और
हेलो that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean in this post plant for G2. Just doing a ton of spam damage early when the harbor wall comes up.
काफी ज़्यादा कम किया.
Even though okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again, when a Neon is normally doing that kind of play, it's meant to create a crunch at top mid to go into B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post plant on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate. Fire very good. A little bit of spam here, back and forth, as Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb. As
hello, bad folks. Bye.
It's been newly anointed as the secondary duelist for Nongshim. You know, behind Domby, who has been back on permanent Neon duty. Francis back onto initiators for this team. So a decision that kind of, I think, makes sense overall. Francis very flexible, very good, no matter what you throw him on. But X-Ross, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very solid for him. One of the key reasons why they're able to make it to this tournament is Phoenix. Helpful here within the
baby.
Strike a little bit faster.
I'm missing these op shots.
Traded out as Valen will come away with that second kill. So player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor as Downbeat collects a Vandal. Try to utilize that for this
retake. कुछ दिखा दे भाई, mid से आ रहा है वो.
Low scale across, looking for that stun. Giacomo does get caught by the relay bolt. Going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown. As Ivy needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so shall RB. G2 tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, just really solid macro
थोड़ा जल्दी मारता तो half जल्दी होता और फिर try करता.
Got some really neat kind of setups that they're running. We're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you'd expect from this team.
Nongshim बहुत role में सब नहीं करती है भाई.
Dambi's been playing a lot of operator.
एक player थोड़े time पहले initiated duelist खेल रहा था.
बाबा बोलो ये मत baby पे neon खेल रहा है.
The shot, and that's pretty crucial.
क्यों खेल रहा है भाई?
A lot safer.
नहीं इन लोग की बात ही मत करना please. Actually these frauds bro.
At the very end, but that extra layer
Stay away, bro.
G2 because you couldn't claim some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. So just some spam shots out, no connections found.
मजाक सेट के नाक कटवा दिए भाई, नाक कटवा दिए.
G2's been playing the beginning of the round the same way, being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which,
अरे भाई just saying we start ना Sentinel भी किया था.
Down on this shop side, footsteps being made. Valen still able to get the weapon out, and Trent is there for covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted as RB.
अयो दोनों को डिग दिया. Yo nice shot now. Nice.
Now with a second,
भी करता ही है.
Seps finishes off lead.
उसके पहले वो यूरू ये वो सब खेला है.
2v3 here. Early damage suffered.
G2 before Baby Bay was super good भाई.
Lexa Phantom.
जोना पी के साथ.
As they look forward into mid, this allows for Dambi to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
Not going to be able to scoop up a gun for Dambi, but get a one tap here, make it the 2v2. Definitely a real shot.
Whoa, 145.
A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down. Dambi has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just good game planning so far from G2. They've clearly kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim is going to be wanting to do on this map, and it shouldn't surprise anyone. They're going to want to be aggressive. They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Xros a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds, and they're on the move again. They're going to use the no command to thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but three big ultimates available for Nongshim. RB one away.
Deep scale forward. It's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own.
push kiye bhai, akela RB yahan pe.
Actually going to be registering there. Xros got free, but RB still going to be flushed out of this A sites, and now a full take here by G2 and Valen playing forward in front of the wall. Dambi going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advantage can be reestablished for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to bleed down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late lurk back through nest catches him on the bridge.
Bas time
Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now. He tried. Nice. The corner. Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy. Nongshim Red Force will tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so Nongshim finally able to conjure up a response to what we've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a big push out through B. They're saying, okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to set up early to try to counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little bit more, get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep swinging in towards Valen, leaving him all on his lonesome. G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed, and this time around, Nongshim able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their ults. Just had Xros as used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen sink as Nongshim try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in this one, and he's only got 100 credits behind that.
Rough go of it after that previous round loss. Leaf with a very clean
nah,
shot. Maybe he's in the final one. Xros going to be taken down as well.
Job back and forth हो रहा है भाई ये.
Be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles looking clean as all hell.
क्या back and forth चल रहा है ये game.
Given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves, and they don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all. And probably just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from Dambi, okay, you're going to let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted re-aggression towards what Dambi started. And then it was just shut right down because G2 again playing very cautious, very safe most of the time in the beginning of these rounds. And again,
भाई वो काफी अच्छा होता रहेगा वो पंखा ऐसा माउस पैड के ऊपर डायरेक्ट
thoughtful
हाथ
early
पे
here.
ऐसा पसीना वसीना नहीं आएगा जरा
A
भी
big push out in towards mid quickly.
Still.
फ्रांसिस का उल्टी है आरबी का उल्टी है
try to utilize to tie this up once again.
और ये लोग मिड पुश कर रहे हैं
See, G2 able to get into a post plan. That pit from Leaf could be giving them absolute fits.
ड्रोन करेगा मिड पे
Just a mid presence, but
नाइस
Dambi,
फाइट ऑन
I
मिड
think just spams through the wall. Maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is potentially going to be a B hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Just pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space. Otherwise, it's going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island on his own on A.
अगर ये वर्ल्ड कप है तो कंट्री वाइज
doesn't want to try to
नहीं है
fight
तो
the point of attack.
उसका अलग टूर्नामेंट है
Brings the Silva, he could
ENC
be,
करके esports nations
right to the picking
में
from Baby Bay's overdrive if he were to pop it.
Spot or anything
वॉक इन कर लिए भाई उसने देख ही नहीं पाया वो एक देखा अभी उसने
Hunter's Fury available to try to
तो कोई रोटेट नहीं किया ओके अब भी प्लांट आ रहा है
send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges. So in the end, ultimate going to be expended. Trench is going to be hit the one time. Xross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner, swings in.
What a shot.
Gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting there on a Valen, going deep enough. Now the overdrive is going to be popped. This Baby Bay frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed. Now just able to find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it. Nongshim will tie it up again.
Baby Bay tried good.
Now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early. And the spam catches a player out. That kind of sets G2 scrambling to try to find the open space on the map. They do eventually, but you have that Hunter's Fury there to delay, to set up for this retake.
G2 A side simulator खेल रही है.
Great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
It might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one.
What the hell was that?
But instead,
what the hell was that by Ivy?
Offers himself up on a silver platter, so now the pit gone.
मुंह पे चल रही है
through RB very quickly, slots his way forward.
भाई लेकिन G2 स्मार्टली खेली भाई वो लोग कांटेक्ट पुश किए लिटरली वो लोग कुछ आवाज नहीं दिए
jump up over the top and Baby is going to be taken down as RB is able to find 2.
What a
Valen as well,
flash!
putting him in the grave.
Oh my.
Bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Kerpel ends up going in a little bit too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down at Trent now, looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting any additional charges in, and somehow survives. Just taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself in the fight and gets Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that
winning the 5
just
rounds
makes you so impressed with Dambi as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not just the aim. It's the brain here too, where he recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B side. So he goes up the wall, gets RB up on top there. He gets 2 kills. Then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself. Then he's going to rip his ult and make sure that when Trent has that Hunter's Fury, he can't do anything with it. He's very aware immediately of where that Sova is and what he's trying to accomplish, and is right there to shut it down. That is a really, really good round from your Neon.
Time out आ चुका है. नया prediction लग चुका है.
But this feels like a timeout.
किसका मैप पिक है? चैट किसका मैप पिक है?
some kind.
Dun.
About what I was about to get into is this does feel like, yes, a moment for G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1, but you don't want Nongshim to start running away with this. You want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can. This is your side selection. You still have this critical ult in the pit available. You're 2 charges away from having both that Cosmic Divide as well as the null command online. So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, I makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Nambit gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone!
Oh my god!
Exos able to find the 2, and suddenly it is just Leaf left alive. Taps the door, does get stunned up. Looks back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open, the curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim. Completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So
that's true.
Oh, knife में तीनों reveal.
I think you're right. Does feel like that.
Now they push up A
spots
easily.
there with that knife though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're gonna have an open A site. Gonna use that Cosmic Divide just in case, but Nongshim again gonna go for that long spawn flank to try to get this retake to go. Worked the treat a few rounds ago. See if they can get this one available. But that hit in play.
This is everything.
Yeah.
Just chucking everything that they've got. Now set up to try to delay. Null command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot. Joke's over. Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Dambi going to be caught at the end. It's a headshot on RB, but cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit.
Yo, retake now.
Zexros having to backpedal away, try to hold on to his weapon.
ये क्या OT पे OT जाएगा क्या गेम?
Will lose his life. Pass the kill to Jogamo. Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle between RB and Valen right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim, and very similar back. They're going 4-man through spawn. And they know kind of what they're going to do. So it's a stall. Yes, you have the null command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those bodies with the grab well to make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. I'll be sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well. Interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going their separate ways. And in the end, it's just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Leaf हर एक round लर करता भाई भारी.
Until that.
Yeah.
Thank you बिरयानी भाई.
But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid, trying to make an aggressive push, and it's going to be Leaf again called upon potentially to try to square up against Dambi.
Tino मारेगा तीनों.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position.
Oh
it feels
shit!
Like, yes,
oh shit! He got too easily, bro.
Love you, harsh by
I love you too, Prince Biryani bhai. Thank you so much for the huge 100, yaar. Biryani bhai.
Jogamo swings in, takes the fight against Baby Baby.
Biryani nom nom. Wow, he's shooting so good.
3 kills now for Dambi. Tagged down to 6, but he's somehow gotten them into an advantageous
Prince
position.
Biryani, love you.
The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB trying to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valon and Trent just playing this one together. As RB is able to find the first Ivy.
कसम क्या round निकाले भाई, क्या round निकाले कैसे दो?
They managed to close out the round and lock up a 2-round lead.
Yeah, the individual
Thank you so much, biryani bhai.
this time for
Chumi
Nongshim.
gummi mein susur kya
Over
check.
the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dombi. He's been doing it with the aim. He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy play this really disciplined, really nicely to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2, when you've got two players on your left-hand side of those pyramids, are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to isolate those fights a little bit better. Really well played.
G2, Nongshim, that's still damn close between these teams. A lot of these rounds just kind of teetering on the edge. But Nongshim still the very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC.
ये group मिला है उनको.
You know, will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes, and it's still looking quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2. We'll see what Valon's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from this Astra to slow down these approaches. It's always a big gamble when you try to go for a comp swap like
defense में
this.
जीतेगा ऐसा बोलता है.
And there were some
actually मतलब defense में ये है map अच्छा defense के लिए. Let's see bro what happens. Let's see.
I was so
ये क्या round था यार.
Valon's Harbor that I'd rather see that. I think he's so excellent on that agent that to me it's like almost his signature agent now, because he's so creative, he's so smart.
ये
with
round
it,
last
the way
round में
that
तो
he makes
भाई
your life
aim पे
so
निकाले
miserable
retake
at
किए
the choke
crazy.
points on your way into B or A.
तो शायद ही उन्होंने retake किया पूरे
He's really good
half
with the
में.
timings and the decisions and you know
अभी
maybe
ये music
still a
चलेगा
little bit,
पूरा. रश भाई क्या बोल रहे थे सुसु कर रहा
the
था.
ideas and the kinks a little bit. Still some really nice rounds, some really good adaptations.
ये वाला group पता है ये वाला
from
group.
him and the team. But a tough
G2
map to go up
Nongshim,
against this
M8
Nongshim
Excel.
squad who has, especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah.
That's like Argentina walk.
See maybe a bit more value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular, something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Dombi's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You know, you identify, oh, there's both duelists up at, you know, up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site, easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round.
कोई भी ऐसा कोई एजेंट नहीं खेला है ना.
So
आज जो ये खेल रहा
some
है.
value being found. I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot
पे
more
इतनी
out.
sheriffs निकलती है ना.
Spot out here from Baby Bay.
Nongshim को देखो 4 sheriff.
Long range. Get those shots to connect.
Yeah.
Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot.
A exit कर रही है Nongshim.
Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone. But now it's going to be Dombi swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with an elimination, and Valor is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Francis's life with the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay to
that was so good. That was so good.
Nongshim, another pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah,
OP dog! Thank you so much for the 20 on Super Chat.
Just
Love
go
you.
in there fearlessly.
Thank you so much, OP dog. Bye.
People's heads. That's just beautiful stuff in terms of
हाँ
again,
यार ये लोग क्या कुक
skill
करते हैं
on display from Nongshim.
जब भी हम G2 को एक अलग इवेंट खेलते हुए देखते हैं कि एजेंट ही स्विच.
I was like, oh man, if the timing here is wrong,
कुछ
and it
भलता ही
was.
एकदम.
Then Valen just, Dombi's like, yeah, later, bro. I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them. 17-7-5 at the moment on that Neon. Ivy once again left on an island. It's just a bit of a repeat here from Nongshim, giving me deja vu. Obviously, have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push into mid from G2. Instead, it's actually coming through A main. Jogamo again gonna get tagged down as well.
Oh, damn, Francis.
Both of them down to 45.
भाई ने लर्क पे इतना डैमेज दिया है क्या बात है और ये पूरी टीम आ गई
will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to B. He cleans up Trent and Leaf, and Nongshim end up having an incredibly clean anti-eco round.
Yeah, that's
हमारे यहाँ Ivy करके एक स्कूल है वाह
just patient enough.
Ivy school
And just as they're starting to get an idea,
Ivy school मित्र मंडल
you know, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you.
Like
the backup with the Marshal.
Yeah.
Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that one.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross. 1 past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
Engine side पे खेल रहे G2 के. They're gonna fight mid.
Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough.
Oh shit! क्या timing मिला है भाई इसको.
Behind them. Meanwhile, Dambi just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site. And Ivy then strikes.
क्या timing मिला इसको.
2 kills found. And what are you meant to do?
Fox Gaming मैंने 40 रुपए दिया और लिखा no mercy on top, no mercy on everyone's top मेरे भाई. Thank you for the 40 rupees. लेकिन no mercy है कौन?
The way that Nongshim are playing right now.
Thank you for the party, Box Gaming bhai.
Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds him at Nest. Gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim.
Kulkar भाई हेड वॉच कर रहे हैं G2 को, लेकिन मन में अभी भी प्यार है G2 के लिए. Obviously,
but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through this. But that is exactly what Ivy needs.
कि फिलीपींस में स्कूल में पढ़ा रहे हैं बुक में Valorant.
Because Dambi's going to identify where both of them are.
मतलब side course है ऐसा.
With the aim, 2 kills out behind Dambi. 16 in that department.
Event organize करना, duelist क्या होता है ये वो सब
कुछ. 1 stinger for Leaf. Otherwise, it's just sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Xros will be getting very close to his ult. Ivy went away as well from a pit. So this is concerning for G2 in a couple different ways. Even if you do some damage here, you're going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round, most likely, unless you can get this Thrifty to go.
And they've hit the run it back. So Ross can just pop that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. X-Ross ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however, it's just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. It's not really holding any water.
करता ही नहीं है, देख रहे हो?
और क्या ही करेगा? हर जो उससे अच्छा होगा ना कि वो नीचे चले तो तेज पहुंचेगा.
इसलिए वो गोल-गोल घूम रहा है बस.
Say the least. Let's see if Trent has some magic.
Well, it's gotta be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side.
No.
Okay, we'll be able to sit him down. It's a nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi.
Deserved.
Tap of the passes went over to Francis. Trying to get his ult online. RB says, I'm a world away, so you get that plan, take that fight, I'll take the kill. And Nongshim will take an 11th round win.
ये लोग को ऑर्गेनाइज कर देना चाहिए पता है मजाक से हटके.
Well,
अच्छी एम है कि टीम उठा लो.
Ideas. Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that snake bite, give himself a little bit of time. Again, Nongshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations, about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so good. It's good enough to win you a Masters.
Meanwhile, built up in the previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife there might have saved G2 a little bit, potentially. As it did hit Xros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A site in this round and you're able to get that pit into play,
G lost already.
Abhi agla kab hoga pata nahi. As G2, so a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think kind of a win here. Nongshim though, waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf ready with the snake bite.
It sends it onto the corner instead of on the main, then that still means the floodgates are opened up here for Nongshim. And Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but Xros into the back of the side. Snap back by Trent, who does manage to find Dambi as well.
Yo, Trent खेल लिया, Trent खेल.
Back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one. Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB finding Baby Bay. Jogamo going to be cleaning up.
2v2 आ गया फिर भी. And Jogamo 1 HP.
Takes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However, for Nongshim as Xros comes away with a 3K.
One side,
and them now up to map point.
Okay. Oh, Trent,
One
so
side.
close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net.
One side.
Trick Nongshim enough that they're not exactly sure when he repositions here. He doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But Xros, phenomenal.
1.6 के लाइक
Such a
करीब है
stellar
दोस्तों.
young player.
लाइक करिए, लाइक
Think
और
that he is a
सब्सक्राइब.
royal roader, comes in and
out ले रहे
immediately
हैं, wow.
in his first year in
अगले
tier
मैप
1
के लिए.
goes up, wins a Masters. And that right there, folks, is why.
अगले मैप के लिए
is
टाइम आउट है,
sharp as
डब्ल्यू हो जाए
always.
चैट में.
नेक्स्ट वाले मैच के लिए.
Well, now the final timeout call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that next map. Shake this one off, boys. Breeze is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean...
Like the dream,
seen it from
दोस्तों. We are
G2
close
in
to
the past.
5 million likes.
I know the caliber of play that they are capable of, but at the moment, it's not really shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
5 minutes पहले तो first
playing
half
the second half like AG played theirs. They haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2. Is some Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Domby able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the relay. Bolt sides
How?
How is he still getting kills? Jogamo going to be taking out bounds. Only able to find the one.
Oh my
Xros will get the trade
God.
up, and now it's a player advantage for the sites. Grab a Baby Bay. Okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening.
Chat,
Reward him
अगर
with
आप
a
लोगों को
kill.
इसके बाद का मैच
Glenn
देखना है
will
तो
come
आप
in.
लोग फ्लश भाई की
But
स्ट्रीम
this
देख
Fury,
सकते हैं.
now to be
वो
sent.
लोग वो स्ट्रीम
Trying
कंटिन्यू
to
कर रहे
slow
हैं.
down Francis, but
I
he's still able to
will
backpedal
take your
away.
leave
This gets him.
and
Now,
कल
disconnected
actually
off the
रात
site
में हम
with
लोग
the
Valorant
opportunity of
खेलते
his
हुए
own, but he's
मिलेंगे.
just going to
ठीक
be
है?
sending this one from the outset.
But I don't think so. यही राउंड अभी क्लोज हो रहा है.
From Baby Bay trying to find a target, tucks over to the side, slides in,
Oh
and
shit,
Ivy
or maybe.
will sit him down.
3v2.
7 health remaining.
Ult कर दिया इधर ही.
Sends out the pit that
मर
tries to
गया.
keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner. Takes the
kill.
fight. Takes Trent's life.
1v1.
It all comes down to a 1v1. Ooh.
Oh.
Damage going to be found. Leaf able to dodge it. The challenge in, and Francis has the
GG's.
timing. 13-5.
GG's.
Nongshim take us back to Breeze, and they take
एक
G2
बजे
to
तक maybe.
school. This
I might go live.
to school.
I might go live till 1 AM या 12:30. देखते हैं. On kick. Okay? तो
MXLG सेकंड हाफ चल रहा है, जल्दी लगाओ.
नहीं तुम देखो मैं निकल रहा. पाशा बाय.
Bye, take care. Good night.
Bye bye.
बाय बाय.
दोस्तों आप लोगों को अगर स्ट्रीम्स देखनी है तो अभी खुलकर बाय की देख सकते हो. मैं उनकी लिंकेज दे रहा हूँ. अगला आप लोगों को अगर मैचेस कंप्लीट देखने तो कल हम लोग गेमिंग करेंगे, मजा करेंगे. एंड इस पे किक पे फॉलो करके रखो. पिन मैसेज में लिंक है. व्लॉग अगर आज का देखा नहीं है तो अब तक देख लो प्लीज. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर वॉचिंग. मिलते हैं हम लोग कल के स्ट्रीम में. और अगर किक पे देखने आओगे तो रात में. बाय 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 बाय. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye. Bye bye.